Hello, welcome in everyone to Testing Grounds 5. My name is German. I am joined here with Devi. Devi, how are you today?
I am doing great. Getting ready to commentate some great sets, and I'm very excited for this first one, as we are kicking off round 1 with Xanadu versus Massacre. And oh my goodness, these two teams, this is going to be like eventful. Definitely I'm very familiar with both of these teams. Both have quite an aggressive play style, so I think it's going to counteract each other, make it quite neutral, or see whose aggression is going to get through first. So I'm very excited to see this set.
I am as well. I know so much of these teams, like Xanadu. They definitely won. Wasn't it September, Link? Am I correct? I believe it was September. And yeah, Massacre. We gotta watch out for Mr. Z though. His accuracy with Charger.
All of them.
All of them are pretty good. So we're excited to see them come out and play in the first round. So we start off with Wahoo Spot Zones. Oh, here are the comps here.
We see an all-aggressive comp coming out from the side of Massacre with and Xanadu bringing in Bamboo as kind of there. Bamboo's pretty good on Wahoo to control middle there. Right now we see Neoni here just waiting for the moment to peek up at Massacre here, and does go in You're gonna get the pick. Ooh, Cat catches that off guard and takes the trade.
So far, Massacre just keeping the zone, and I do like Vortex using the CDS. CDS is like a really good map, and like for map mode, it's just like it takes so much of their control just on their left side, like on the enemy's left side, I would say.
Notice Xanadu there, they popped a bunch of specials to try to take that zone back, but Massacre just saying no, they never capped the zone back after the special coordination.
Yeah, and I did see that as soon as I was going to like I was pausing myself, but it seems though 2 down are coming from Xanadu, and this not being probably the right messed up. So.
The Tetra flank, the bubbles there came out, they weren't close to zone, could have been more of a defense. The Tetras came in to help stop that and get that last member out. Massacre just holding control here. With 10 seconds
this
left
could be in their favor too. So yeah, 3 down from Xanadu. That's going to be it for game 1, round 1. So Massacre will take that KO win against Xanadu.
Very quick KO, and Xanadu definitely had the chance. It's just their specials did not come in where they wanted to. The bubbles, I don't think they came across zone too well. The rain, I think, was the only one that managed to make it over, but all of Massacre was there to just paint over it, which just allowed them to shut that game right out. And their Tetras as well came around with the flank to help pick off the last one with the special, so that Massacre just took full control to keep Xanadu back and did not let them come back in.
Yeah, good of such a defense from Massacre. They were just holding up with the zone, and they're just pushing just right up to their plat once they get their zone. Like, and I see like there was a huge big fights around on Xanadu's plat.
There's a few good trades here and there as well from both sides, but Massacre was able to follow up the most and keep objective in their favor.
Yep, and I can see that. And we are going to move on to game 2. We are going to be playing on Inkblood Art Academy Tower Control. And I'm expecting possibly some backlining, maybe just a little bit, possibly Stingray, because like I think Stingray is a good fit for this map mode for a combination here.
With what came out on the last one, I actually don't think there's going to be a backline. We might see the bamboo again, but I don't think a backline is going to come out.
Oh yeah, you're right. Like, yeah, everyone's gonna play. Like,
much as I favor the backline, I don't think there's a backline that's going to show here. I will be kind of surprised if there is.
So
a mini, no backline. Aha! Mini is an interesting pick because they are missiles for that one, I believe.
We got double missiles on
they've
the
got
side
double
of
missile,
Xanadu.
yeah. Double missile.
Vanilla Dooley's interesting pick.
That is quite the stopper. Anywho, we see Grim here just painting around, making sure that they don't get taken out by this first set of missiles, although one of their teammates did get taken out on that right stack. Grim looking to see here if they can get a pick on one of the splatlings that are in the corner. Playing it safe. Nice bomb kill.
Yeah. So far, as I could probably just point out, here comes the jet from Grim. Maybe tries to get a pick, but no, doesn't get a pick. But he does go down. Here's the Nautilus. I do love Nautilus, by the way. It's a great weapon and a really unaggressive weapon to just just go right into their face and just pop.
We can see Nautilus is here trying to paint up, look control. The Mini is here with them. There is 2 members here also pressing in, so we got a 2v2 fight going on. Xanadu does pick off one. Missiles coming out to try to stop that tower. I believe we saw Booyah Bomb come as well. Yep.
Oh,
that is a nice double. Triple!
Flabber gets a triple kill from that Flingza. What? We like to see that. Flingza roller, a good like a pick there. Like, oh, and then he goes down with Hayden.
No, Flingza still alive. The Flingza here is doing a lot of controlling power, while Xanadu, or not Xanadu, Massacre is pushing in.
They have
with that triple advantage.
A really strong lead too, and here come the specials too from
Stagger
the side
specials.
So, and that also probably stops the push there, and now Xanadu will just have to maybe retake it and maybe work things out with their coordination.
It was a nice job there, picking out that K-Pro as they kind of went into that fight there without any help. So good pick there.
Yeah, and missiles come out from the vanilla Splat dualies. We see Xanadu now trying to get the tower back and then ride it. Like just
yeah,
ride
they have control. They're trying to take the checkpoint. Well, oh man, that is huge for Massacre, taking out the two front lines there that were trying to clear the path for that tower. Xanadu has no choice here but to back up, maybe try to keep as much paint control as they can. They did get a pick in the process. Oh, but two more go down. I didn't see how they went down.
Yeah.
This is very back and forth here. Nice pick by the Mini here. Mini's still trying to hold some control. Keeping up a little bit of pressure, which is good because you don't want to completely fall back in this situation.
It could, yeah, like it's hard when, especially with your frontliners. You gotta you gotta
keep it neutral so that they can come back in.
Exactly. Yeah, it'll be much harder, and we just saw it too. Like the two frontliners go down at the same time as that, and you see now Xanadu trying to get the tower back, but two members go down.
A little bit of an overextend there on the Splat dualies when they went into Massacre's Splat there.
And three members go down from the side of Massacre, so this is Xanadu's time to, ride that tower now. We see Mini on the tower, both the Splatlings on the tower, but not just gonna go straight up there and help with the frontliners. And Inkjet is pulled out by Grim. Oh my goodness. A lot of specials are coming out too from IC, so Inkjet, and then you got missiles.
Getting up that corner is the hardest thing because the ranged weapons have the advantage.
Oh yeah, you're right, and they do.
Here comes an Inkjet. Oh, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, Grim able to get a pick there, and now we only got 45 seconds on the clock right now. Two members go down from the side of Xanadu, so this might be it. So I guess you'll never know until the timer ticks, and now we see some two specials come out. Grim already greening out, but gets one pick, but goes down.
Nice trade.
Yeah.
They did get the trade on that, so it's still a 3v3, but unfortunately Massacre still comes out with the victorious win there. Xanadu now needs to regroup and do what they can in this last 15 seconds. It's a make or break moment right now.
Yeah, a lot of specials are coming out from the last of 10 seconds, each side. So Massacre has to just really play this defensively. So now we have Xanadu on the tower. So
here comes the swing back,
but gets one pick, a trade right there. So so now this could be in the favor. So now this is all of trades going on down here, but
we see the GG Booyah Bomb.
Yep.
The Xanadu did a really good job there in that last time that they had. You could see they were together. They were working as a team to do what they could. The Flingza did manage to sneak in there, get a pick. Xanadu still made it work and got as far as they did until the very end from that corner again. And that Booyah Bomb came out to secure Massacre the victory.
Yeah. And I gotta say though, from Hayden though, with the vanilla dualies, it's you got the missiles and they got the burst bomb. The burst bomb can really just do so much of paint just when you throw it, and missiles just takes over. You could just missile whenever if it's necessary. And I think sometimes in a comp like that, you want to use missiles just coordination a lot, just it's just pretty much just the special coordination.
Yes, but I also see part of it as being as a scout out mechanism, because every time when you pop missiles, you can look around and see where people are, and when you're against an elf frontline comp or aggressive comp, I should say, that, the missiles really do help point out where these people are and then add pressure to them as the missiles launch. Yeah,
I completely agree with that. And we are going to be this is a play all three. If you guys probably didn't know, the people who are watching Testing Grounds 5, we are going to be playing on Albacore Hotel Clamplates, and this is an interesting one. And I do not like this map and mode combination just because it's so open.
Meanwhile, I'm the exact opposite because I play a long-range weapon, and this is where long-range really shows where it can be very dominating and controlling. But the front lines themselves, they pull off those flanks. The ones controlling the bridges are in danger. We see the bamboo coming back on the side of Xanadu with 3 dualies as well.
3 dualies with the Kenza Glugas, Kenza Splat dualies, and then you got Tetras. Wow. I guess you never see it from these days from the comps though.
Leon getting a pick with the bamboo there, but two members. It goes 2-2. Quite a fight at the bridge there. Just quick action.
Yeah, and now we see now Leo pops his missiles. Let's see, their Tetras are gonna pick up some guns. This is probably a good start for as like this becomes like really even.
Right now they're neutral. Xanadu has a lot of clams in their favor. We see the Tetras here trying to make their move, making themselves known, seeing if they can get a pick off in the corner here, but gets stuck! Oh! Good pick on the 52 there.
I think though the Tetras though was running out of ink. I think that was
the situation, yeah.
Yeah, like you just hate to have it. Like you just hate to see have that situation. Like if you just you're just shooting and then you're running out of ink and you don't know what to do. But
saw a Booyah Bomb come up from the 52 there, trying to push the bamboo back. But Xanadu here still they're applying pressure from all corners. Look at where they're positioned. We got 1 on the left, 2 in the middle, 1 on the right, and they're just putting all of the shots in the middle as Massacre is in between it, and that's what you want. But Massacre follows up quite well, taking 3 down, with the Tetras just being the last one alive.
Yeah, love the coordination from Massacre. They know who to call out and try to, take down either who is probably the aggressive one. They had 20 clams to the side of Xanadu, and they had a good push there. But
another good pick by the bamboo. Bamboo is a really good controlling weapon on this bridge here, and we are seeing it pay off for wherever it's going. Just controlling all the bridges, using its range to its advantage.
Yeah, and you do not want to, go right up from either a bamboo splatling or even a charger. Ooh, it'll be really hard just for.
We're seeing a fight go down in mid here as we see 2 specials pop out. Just a complete middle fight.
Got a middle fight going on, but the CDS gets 2 picks from right there, and Vortex is now gonna try to go up and throw punch. They do open the basket, so it's they do got a lot of clams. So
do have the lead now. They're continuing their push.
Yeah.
Bucket being the only one left.
And now that lead, and that probably just ends the push there. Now that Massacre has 3 down situations, and that ends it there.
Grim doing a good job there, using their Fizzy to control the street and keeping the basket open for a little bit more to stall. I think there's a few missed shots there that would have proven amazing if they had landed, but great stall overall. Team has a chance to get back, and now we see Xanadu trying to paint up, but does get caught out by this 52.
Yeah, 52, good choice. It's you got the splash wall, and then you got the Booyah Bomb. I think Booyah Bomb for here, I like using Booyah Bomb here. Just you could start up with some kind of pushes here, but I see Xanadu
just go down in that top corner.
And then there's Hayden over there, but then I think he gets taken out by one of the members of Massacre. So it goes to 2 down. You see specials are coming out, and we have the armor from the side of Xanadu. So we only have a minute left now. So this maybe it could turn around, or Massacre can just play this so defensively. But 2 members outside of Xanadu go down. So this we don't know just yet. Baller comes in. So
oh my goodness!
Here's a big fight. Hayden takes out the CDS there. like interesting.
That wall placement. That wall
Dude,
placement was beautiful.
you got like
Look at
that's
this.
amazing.
Oh my goodness. Still gets caught out, but the wall placement was lovely. Great wall placement by the 52.
That was like an amazing wall. Like, guess sometimes you just never see it. But we only have 10 seconds left. Xanadu still has the power clam. It's gonna go straight to overtime. Here comes the baller, and
oh my goodness,
this is a big fight right here. A lot are going out with each other, but two members out of Xanadu are going down.
Oh no!
This could be it, and
that's the wipe.
Does. That's gonna be it. So that literally stops the
Xanadu. Xanadu were so close to getting that clam in, but did get taken out on their special push in. Massacre doing a great job shutting down the special push in.
Yeah, like that was just like an interesting fight, like from both sides. Like you got like Hayden just really being aggressive with those K squad dualies. Like we even see it though too. Like he got like one pick from another, and then he gets a pick when the 52 gal was just stuck right by it to suicide. Just a placement wall right there. But Hayden was like able to get a pick there.
Since that opening fight on from our perspective, it was the left side bridge. We knew immediately that this match was going to be quite even with how the battles were going, and that's how it was. We had a couple big fights in mid. We had some big stops on side corners there, and some great pushes in by both teams. They did a great job.
I agree. Yeah, and we hope to, see Massacre, and I do want to see both of these teams, come out again, eventually around in the next tournament, and probably in the next sets, like in later sets. But I think we're gonna take a little short break for now on, and so we'll be right back, guys, and we'll see you guys on the next set. All right, and welcome back, guys, to Testing Grounds 5. We are going to be watching Persistence versus Avalanche. This is another good matchup here. And Debbie, what are we expecting from both of these sides of teams here?
I was just talking about these, and we got the Battle of the Storms, as we've got Storm from Avalanche and Stormy on Persistence. Both amazing teams. Both amazing teams. Again, another two teams I know quite well. Love them both. So I have no favorites here. This is just gonna be great. I am so stoked.
I guess you could say it is going to be the Battle of the Storms. So, anyways, we are going to be going on in a good mode too for it too, because we're gonna make it rain on Rainmaker and Chovy games, and
well fitting.
And how I'm expecting so much like Inkjet here. Like Inkjet is a really good special here, and can't really say much, but I think this map is pretty good. Just you could like take over with sides of plats here. So Debbie, do you have anything else for here?
Inkjet, Ray, Booyah Bomb. There's a little bit of everything on here, but you do primarily see Inkjets with armor nowadays on really anything with Anchovy.
Yeah, you could just like see so much of specials, and now we see like Charger and Nautilus and 52 on the side of Avalanche.
And then we've got the K-Shot, Roller, NZAP, and Charger on the side of Persistence.
Yeah, both Chargers on each side.
See Avalanche quick to get that pop.
Yeah, and now we got their junior just pops the armor, and now they're gonna take it over to their van. So it's
that's a wipe!
That's a full wipe!
Persistence! I didn't even see what happened!
Like, as soon as I said, because like there were 3 down, and then boom, just a wipe, but then...
This is gonna be over! This is gonna be... Oh my god!
What? That was the quickest game I ever seen! What?
Avalanche went in for the pop. They got the pop. Then we got the view of the junior who painted up for armor. And when we were on the view of the junior, somewhere in there, Avalanche got 2 picks. And right after that, they took it. They went, got 2 more picks, and away it goes. Persistence had a bomb kill on the Rainmaker, I believe, which stopped it. But Avalanche, with everybody there, just KO, just like that.
Just KO it like instantly. like one wipe, and then you get another wipe. Like that was just like, how many seconds was that on the clock right there? Like, that was amazing.
Didn't even look.
Like I wanted to see how long it took. I feel like that was just less than 20 seconds, I would say. But...
really quick game. Holy smokes! Yeah. Again, we didn't really get a good view of what happened, and that'll be interesting to see if we to go back and look at to see if we could figure out what happened in the corner there. But
yeah, just
Avalanche just got the picks they needed, moved in as one, and ta-da!
Yeah, but now they were able to get it though.
And now we're moving on to Splat Zone's Black Belly. This is an interesting one. Is really all I can say. Persistence is just ready to go. Avalanche taking some time ready up here, but Flat Zone's Black Belly, you got the big middle section where backliners will thrive. Lots of flanking potential for the front lines too. You need a lot of communication on this map.
I agree. Yeah, like I could really see. I'm expecting to see Junior again, just because Junior could really just paint up like the entirety, everything, just whatever you want. Like just paint everything around here.
It's its own bomb rush too. So
and it'll be another one. So yeah, but Hydra! We see a Hydra. Both Triforces on. You see both Triforces on each side. That's a double armor.
Yeah, it's gonna be big. We see. Yeah, and the 2 buckets, I believe, are gonna thrive here. This is a map where buckets show their dominance, but one of them goes down though. Nice pick by the Charger.
Nice pick there. But it seems though no one has zone yet, and it seems though in the favor Avalanche has the coverage on the zone. But amazing pick though from Inky. Inky are really like just an amazing charger. And now, wait, it's still 100 and 100 still.
They're still holding it neutral. Nope, they've got one person in there that's
now
still
they get it back. And I like
the try getting caught out there in a 2v1. Now Avalanche is getting the chance to move in here as they have the player advantage. But there's still members from Persistence saying no, this zone isn't yours, it's ours. They're just trying to hold them off so that they can't get locked out, which is a great thing to do.
Yeah, and but Avalanche able to like stop them, just like just get the zone and then just and then just fight for it. Like they're just fighting over these two zones here. But
Avalanche here is a little more. Yeah, Avalanche here a little more split up as they go into this. Persistence with them staying together gives them a little bit of advantage, but we see it's still neutral again as it's a 3v3. Hydra going back to that top position. Oh, painting zone first.
Yeah, you bait the zone. And it seems though Avalanche was able to recover the zone from Persistence taking the lead there. Seems though great defenses, like left and right. You see left and right from Avalanche just going there, but one member goes down and it's the roller, and so Persistence would try to fight that back just to get the zone. Now
going in there, getting
going neutral again. So here comes Persistence. They're gonna replace, but two members go down. Double. I didn't really get to see my perspective, but we didn't see who took them out. But oh my gosh, this was just so new. Like just fights and fights back and forth, like at that top mid there. Like
Avalanche still holding it, even with people down. They're still holding the zone. Stormy's the only one in the middle there, and I think that might be an interesting decision. But team manages to follow up to save Stormy there.
Yeah, two-member Avalanche go down, so this could be in favor of just Persistence to take the zone back. So, but Sora was not able to get a pick there with the K machine, but they do have zone. Now they Stormy here just in position, just finding the right timing just to maybe get a pick there. Just a left and right, just everyone's just split up from just 2 and 2 left and right. But two members side of Persistence goes down, so now it's one member left on the side of Persistence. And Avalanche was able to take that zone back, and now
look at this try go.
Another tri-slicer just going in, able to get 2 picks there, and here come the specials out from Avalanche here. 48, and now 3 down from the side of Persistence. Avalanche here is just holding out from their spawn and just just playing it really defensively there, but it stops the push there. It's just the Hydra now, so this is the opportunity for there to just now get the zone. There we go. We see Persistence getting that zone back. Like I gotta say though, great job from Avalanche though. Just like making really a defensive, just buying time on the zone just to like stop from the penalty and then able to just make it tick down to 0.
Moving on, we see now we're having that fight back on the suicide area where Persistence is coming in trying to make sure that they can keep those zones capped and taking on Avalanche members. We got a try fight with Avalanche coming out with a victory there. They're trying to paint their zone back first here. They're pressing some of Persistence back. We see they did get moved back. Avalanche moving in with currently the man advantage, but there's still a member there that can apply a little bit of pressure with their bombs, making giving a hard time for the roller.
Yeah, Persistence was a little close to just like potentially getting the lead, but Stormy here was able to get a pick on that Hydra though, so it seems that 2v2 now, but
with
3 members go down, so this is their time. This is their time. Persistence
the trade.
So 5 seconds left. So
the roller's still on the zone.
Yeah, someone at least has to get the roller, but he's still able to get down. So this is this is Persistence time. Maybe to able to play it so defensively. Here's the armor from Bear here, so he might be able to find at the right timing. Both armors are gonna pop out from each side. So this is all neutral again. 2 sides from
Lost
Avalanche
one
go
side.
down. So this could be it. So this is really
Flash down.
Flash down. So this is a huge fight. They're getting it.
Let's do it again.
We did going down.
They're holding
Oh
one.
my god.
Oh my goodness.
That's a full white.
Persistence, I think, has this. They took the lead.
They took the lead. Yo,
Oh my
I gotta
goodness.
say, what an incredible overtime. Like, Persistence just not holding back. Just, yeah, like, they know, like, the overtime. Like, you know, you gotta fight for that zone. You just gotta fight for it. And, like, no matter what, like, time ticks. So, and they were able to, like, take that zone back. And now it's tied at 1 with Persistence and versus Avalanche. Amazing match.
Persistence
Amazing.
did a really good job staying together, keeping focus on which side is getting taken down, because we saw that Avalanche would come in and take one side. Persistence would immediately shift and do that. We saw pathways were being painted up, so Avalanche wouldn't have a way back in. We saw the try underneath camping the suicide. Persistence were in golden plays there, and even in that 2v2 they came out with victory, which allowed them to finally win that overtime. That was an amazing fight put up by both teams. Amazing game.
Like,
holy smokes.
there were like 2 down from each side, and then Bear was like, the NZAP player was able to get a pick when there was a wall right in front and able to get that pick, and that was like a huge wipe from them, and
yes,
that just saves Persistence
bomb.
to like get that back and take that lead. But we are now going to be moving on to, welcome to the ship, guys. We are going to Manta Maria tower control. Ride that tower. We are gonna like really just get to those checkpoints.
Yes, ride that tower on a boat.
Ride on the tower on the boat. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm expecting maybe like aggressive comps here. Like
We've seen
like
them
you could like
go
go
aggressive already.
anywhere. Like you could literally just go left and then right. Well, I mean, guess where you go, because I think left is like where you want to flank as a
Hard
front line. But I'm like excited to see what comps they're going to be bringing here in Manta Maria tower control.
I honestly think Persistence is going to stick with something similar. I don't think they're going to keep both buckets, but I think they're still going to have the Charger in play. Avalanche, I'm honestly not too sure what they'll bring. They changed it up before. Let's see.
Yeah, we got a heavy remix from the side of Avalanche, and Roller on Persistence, still using the Roller.
Sora is one heck of a roller player, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, Sora
we see both teams arriving to middle around the same time. Heavy's taking control of Mass. We see an armor come out from Persistence right away. Both teams had armor there.
Yeah, and then
Charger's in trouble.
Yeah, that could be done. So Roller goes down. So the Heavy remix now going onto the tower, able to get just to get the first checkpoint. So each member goes down from each side. So it seems now Avalanche is in their favor. Here comes the Booyah Bomb and the missiles.
And the missiles, those good missiles.
And the Heavy able to survive that with the missiles there.
The missiles were a good stall. Unfortunately, Persistence weren't there to follow up with them. Well, Avalanche had to move off the tower there. Avalanche.
Yeah, we see a huge fight going on here then. And we see Avalanche now at the tower with 20 seconds remaining, and they're on the last checkpoint too.
That's nice. That was a great flick.
Good flick, but is they able to get? But that stops it there. So there are members 3 down. So Storm here has to probably just leave and then just get out. Like, so that just stops the push there. So now Persistence now trying to make a recovery, maybe come back, but there's a trade going on from both T-Techs. Actually, that's a K-shot, my bad. But
Avalanche's T-Tech there was sharking in the corner when 3 members of Persistence went up to it. It was kind of an unfortunate situation for that sharking T-Tech there, but at least they managed to get the trade off on one of them.
Yeah, and now now we see another huge fight. So two members of the side of Avalanche go down, so this isn't a favor. We see Inky having that Ray ready, and here comes the race. And T-Tech goes down. Now Persistence got the first checkpoint. They're still able to hold up the tower too, but one member each goes down, so a lot of specials and huge fights going on around here. A lot of specials, but now it's just Inky left. Now this is in their favor.
Very
great Booyah Bomb right there. Great Booyah Bomb right there. I was like, is he gonna just like throw the Booyah Bomb right into his face because it just had it right there.
This remix here doing a good job staying, put a sensor out. They know where those two members were. Just adding paint to the bunker so Persistence members can't push forward, and now just painting up sides. They're aware this charger's up here. Again, keeping paint control, they're in a place where the charger doesn't have a good angle on them, and this is what all Splatling players need to be aware of. When they see a laser on them, they need to make sure they have cover. And the remix there is doing a great job staying underneath the laser.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Splatlings need to, like, for sure be careful when it comes, like, they're facing against the chargers. Like, they just don't have, like, great enough, like, we do see a Booyah Bomb coming outside of Avalanche here, so, Avalanche is able to, like, there's two members go down from the side of Persistence here, but we see, a Ray, and then Zap goes down, so this could be in their favor because Avalanche was able to get 3 checkpoints from that very big at the beginning of push there. Here comes the Ray from Inky here, so that leads to 3 down from the side of Avalanche, and it recovers them to not let them knock this out.
Persistence went around deck there to come capitalize into their own pit to stop that push, and that helped them greatly as they got the picks down to stop it. It was a good team play, and I'm pretty sure communication went down there to tell Persistence's members to go that way to be able to shut that push down. That was a great comeback in by Persistence.
Absolutely, yeah. We only have 45 seconds left. Here are the missiles coming out from Stormy, and a lot of specials are coming out too. So we got a Booyah Bomb, and then we got a Ray. Oh my goodness! 52 goes down. Stormy was able to get a pick there. So 2 members go down. So Persistence was able to get the second checkpoint. So now they just need to get the last checkpoint if they want to like get this down. But 2 members side of Persistent goes down. Now 3. So and that's a wipe too. So now that just saves them. Like it was a close one. Like they could have had it there. So now it's Avalanche's favorite just to play it so defensively.
Oh, Stormy dropping down into the remix to
Another wipe.
You could see the act. You could see the act of desperation there on Persistence at the very end. But I mean, you don't know if it'll work unless you don't try, right?
Right, exactly. Like anything can happen. Like you can do anything when you like just make it happen. You gotta do it right away. And we see a 16 splash from the side with the Zap player on Avalanche. Great game from both teams though. Like that Flat Zone's Black Belly was just amazing from Persistence. Like they made a good coordination there. Like that 2v2 situation there, Persistence able to just stick together and like keeping and fighting to like get the zone though. Like that was just like amazing from Persistence.
Even on their final push of Manta Maria, they all came in together. They worked together as a team like they did in the overtime of Black Belly. Just unfortunately, Avalanche were able to get the picks off and stop that push. But it was a great comeback overall. The way they came back in to stop Avalanche's push and their overtime push in general. Both those games were absolutely amazing from both teams there.
I agree. Yeah, and I definitely want to see, Persistence here again. And Avalanche, like, it's a team that I haven't really seen in a while, and it's, great to see them back here coming, from the dark and just like, showing their performance, what they have done off. So like, it's amazing that they have become like more strong as a team.
Absolutely.
And now
Avalanche, I'm taking the set. And yeah, now we will move on to a short break and get back to you soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome, everybody, back to Testing Grounds 5. We are going into round 3 with Polaris versus Fire.
Fire is a pickup team for sure, because I'm familiar with all the members on that Fire pickup.
Yeah, I am also know Fire as well. But Polaris, I don't know too much about, and I'd like to say that they're based off of Among Us' map Polaris, because they have Among Us as their picture.
And I just said that before we were getting started. I'm like, oh, makes sense. I see what they were coming up with.
All right. But we're starting off with Clam Blitz on Snapper Canal, though.
Ooh. This is a good. I say this is one of my favorite maps for Clam Blitz for me. Like, you can coordinate a lot. Like, there's you got that little cut there that you can go through. Then you got the enemy's ledge, their bunker. Like, you can go anywhere to start up with a push there.
Yeah. I know. Usually the range peoples will take their sides. I know some people like to play bamboo here for sure, and they can be controlling of their team's left-hand side of the map.
Absolutely.
Quite annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, bamboo. I like a good choice for this map and mode. Now we're gonna get started though. Let's look at the comps too. You see Nautilus. AJ using Nautilus? Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
Backlineless comps, so this will be quite aggressive. We got lots of paths in. We see already Mini has reached mid, and pretty much all of Fire has reached mid as well. And first fight's going to come out between this Nautilus and L3.
Yeah, AJ just, holding strong, just trying to go back. Good pick though, Nautilus 47 with the baller. The point sensor for the sub too, and now they have a power clam, so Riley has the power clam. Now they just, they're now going to start making a push, but specials are coming out from both sides, I believe, so there's an Inkjet.
Oh, and the Inkjet getting that pick, so the clam can just go in and score!
Yep, and now they score, so 3 members aside of Polaris goes down, so now they're gonna pick up some clams and throw them into the basket, and now that leads it to 62, 59, 56, they're just throwing more clams. They're just gonna keep on going, throw those clams in until they get this huge lead for the side of Fire.
They'll go on, they may be 2 down, but they're still throwing a bunch of clams in. Polaris finally getting 3 down, and the NZAP jumping out from the side of Fire. Good call out to jump out, as they're now down to 20 with 40 penalty.
Yeah, good play though from Fire though. They had a coordination there. Even though they were 2 down, they want to at least throw more clams in and then just get splatted there. And now 2 members side of Fire go down. So we see L3 here just waiting on here. It seems pretty even as of right now. There's 22 clams from the side of Polaris right now. Now we see Sir Skit using that custom blaster. Able to get a pick there with that direct. I do want to see more of Sir Skit just getting that directs there. He's just cracked with that. It's another pick.
Sir Skit going off there, but I do want to point out that Polaris had a clam and another one ready on the rail there. And while Sir Skit was doing his thing on the side, 3 members went down on the side of Polaris.
And now Riley was able to get 2 picks there. No, that was actually Sir Skit. Here comes the Inkjet. He's an Inkjet main. Go all in, Sir Skit. You're gonna go right into their face and just throw it. And now you just got your team just throw the clans in. You go up there and go up front up there. He's got the Inkjet. They're still holding it off. They're still holding it off though, but just unfortunate. But I do wanted to point out though, the 52 gal from the side of Polaris did die to a bomb, which was also unfortunate, but now it's I believe Fire could have had it there. There's the Inkjet from Sir Skit.
Still applying pressure there. all of the members of Fire were in there, had the basket open, just nobody went to go get those last couple clams they needed to take the KO. So now they gotta work up and do it all over again.
Absolutely, yeah, and I want to see more of it. Like, like Fire has like the confidence to like knock this one out, and we saw Riley just going straight to their bunker. We see 2 power clams, but they missed, but that's gonna be a full wipe from the side of Fire. So now this could be their chance for Solar just to come back and then just like take over mid-control. Now they open up the clams. Here come the clams. 15 clams. All of the clams are going thrown into their basket. But 2 members of the side go down. But actually 2 for 2 actually now. Riley able to get a pick there. So that stops the push there. Now we got a minute on the clock now. So it's either Fire could like just knock this one out or just play it really defensively, or we could see Polaris try to come back here.
In all honesty, Fire doesn't almost just really just needs to keep map control. Just not let the paths get open. We see they like 2 get picked off here. Polaris has a perfect opportunity to go in right now, and the Zap's the only one to stop it. But the Zap stops it with the help of the Blaster, just coming in and helping the team get that wipe. So that was probably the final push we're gonna see, unless the Polaris can pull some magic out and go. But Fire's already in every corner to stop this. Zerskit's been spotted out by 1.
And then here's the Inkjet, but not able to get a pick there, and that just like just stopped. But we saw like there were 27 clams. Here it goes, and that just knocks it out. What a like! I think my words just come out of me when I just keep saying Zerskit. He's just gonna go right into their faces, and then just like he knows what he's doing, just pops that Inkjet. Boom! You're just down.
I guess you could say Fire was on fire there, right?
Yeah, you are right. Yeah, Fire was on fire. They popped off. That was just an amazing like matchup there.
Although, do have to give credit to Polaris there too. They got those wipes and did not stall. They just went right in. You saw the curling bombs being thrown out, just went right in, and that's what you usually do on Clan Blitz. Is as soon as you get that wipe, you make no hesitations whatsoever. You paint and push forward, so you now have control.
Absolutely, and that's what we were seeing from this match. And now we're going to be going to game 2. We are going to, I guess you could say we're going to the ship again. We're going to make it rain, going on Sturgeon Shipyard on Rainmaker. What are you expecting here? Like, this could like either get the first pop and then maybe just rush it through. I don't know. Like, this could, like, you could make it happen either way.
It's all a matter of the picks you get and where the enemy is stationed when you're making your push. That will decide which path that you as a team have to go down together. Because if you split up on this map, you can get caught out and leave your fellow objective takers behind. And you definitely don't want that to happen. And with the comps we've seen, I'm expecting to see aggro come out of both sides once again, so it's going to be interesting. Maybe one will pull out something with the Booyah Bomb or a Ray, because we've seen Ray come in handy when you're pushing over the top left corner. On the
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now, yeah, we're just waiting on one member from Polaris just to ready up. So,
I'm expecting a big fight to go down on on one of 2 sides, depending on which way they go out and how quick they get there. I'm expecting a quick fight to happen on one of 2 corners. I don't think it's going to be directly in mid because Rainmaker pop, but one of 2 sides is going to have some action here at the start of this.
it could go like good, or it could go like it could just like go so quick, like as we seen though that last match from like Persistence versus Avalanche, just that quick Rainmaker just throw get it there, but it could happen either way.
On the Carbon on the side of Polaris. Now those two together can be a nightmare.
Oh boy.
But the Carbon and the 3 go down on Polaris. Holy smokes! Fire's going! They're burning! Look at them go!
Yeah, and then we saw AJ just already pushing up there, but
great pick by the Rainmaker there too.
We still see Surskit. Yes, Surskit, you're gonna pop that inkjet. Just go all and get a pick there, but not able to get a pick there, but yeah,
Surskit
and that's
is still alive. Oh, never mind. Commentator's curse. Don't mind me, I said nothing.
Yep, and that just stops the push there.
Hammer coming out.
Hammer coming out from the side of Polaris here. And
Polaris just wants to put that fire out.
They just want just the wind, like the wind, just put it all out.
They're stuck and they go 3 down. The blaster was in a prime position there to get just pop off blast just over the bridge.
Yeah, and then we see 2 members from Fire now starting to able to maybe push up there. But AJ here getting a pick on the splash here, and now we see a lot of fights going on. The zap goes down from the side of Fire here, and then we see the rain pop out. So AJ get a pick there. So 2 members outside of Polaris go down. So this could be the but an unfortunate bomb kill there from like the ballpoint just there, and now we see Riley holding that Rainmaker, and here we have AJ on the left, hammer pulled out from Polaris there, and what is happening here?
Such tight corners. That hammer was it was in such tight corners, and oh my goodness, the Rainmaker manages to make it over,
and then gets it to 17.
Wow.
17 remaining, and AJ still alive, but that leads to now 3 down from the side of Fire. So, but Surskit, they're still able to keep this alive, but Surskit goes down by the Carbon here,
and up the base applying pressure, following by AJ. They're not stopping. They
want to keep going. They said nope. We're on Fire. We're gonna get the kills. We're gonna knock this one out. And here we see the armor come out, but I saw Riley just miss the Rainmaker, but able to take it, and now bring it back on the left side. Now we see Surskit.
That hammer!
Oh, that hammer throw almost got him. And here comes the sploosh. And able to get a pick there. Oh my god, this is a tight fight right here, ladies and gentlemen.
That sploosh waited a few seconds on top of Snipe there before it jumped over, used its hammer, and then got over and got that flank off. That was a wonderful flank by the sploosh.
Absolutely, yeah. And now we see 3 members of Side Polaris go down, and now we are going to see Fire just make it fire again. They want to just knock this one out. And we see Surskit on the Inkjet gets a pick there. They're still holding it off alive. So you see a double Inkjet from, which is the T-Tech. And
3 down on the side of Fire. Polaris now has a chance to make a push, but we see Fire's coming right back in, but the ballpoint, ooh, just shy on getting that pick on the end zap there, but they're still going to try and make something work with it.
Absolutely. Now we just have a minute now. 2 members from the side of Polaris goes down, so armor pulls out from Fire's, and now they're going to take it back, so
Look at how grouped they are. Fire was just all together, while it was practically a 2v4 on the side of Polaris there.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, a lot of things are happening here, and now here they go. They're going to start pushing it, but it goes down. That's a full wipe there, and
Fire doesn't even have to push anymore. They can just stall it.
They just want to go and knock this one out. They want to knock this one out, but not able to get it. Not able, but they're still holding it off. They're gonna be on fire.
There they go.
And that does it.
There they go.
they just want to get the kills. Like just, we're gonna just go in there and we're just gonna get picks there, and that's what they were doing. 20 flats with the CDS from AJ, popping off with that CDS there. Like AJ, amazing. Like that was just an amazing one.
With the comp that Fire had, it's super aggressive. So the fact they were always in there, you never saw them let up unless if they got wiped or they were 3 down. They just kept the pressure up. They made it so Polaris couldn't do anything. They tried so hard to fight the members of Fire off.
Absolutely, yeah. Fire was just really aggressive and on point, and they know what they're doing, just to call out and then just finding good pushes there. That was just amazing to see. And we are going to be going on to the next one. We are going to be playing Schellendorf Institute's Splat Zones. This is not one of my favorites for Splat Zones. Not my favorite. I can't really say anything to this.
This is going to be actually really interesting because we've seen in both games there's been no backline. Usually there's a backline on top that just controls glass and shoots down from above. So I'm curious to know if either team's going to pick something to station themselves up on glass, or if they're just going to continue to play aggressive and just kind of rotate off people going up and shooting down from above, because I've seen people do that before. I've seen people put end zaps up on top just to paint down from above, and it's paint down and bomb, and it has worked for them while their teammates move in, get flanks, and just make it so the other team can't do anything or aggress the zone.
Absolutely, yeah. I definitely seen Zap just go up in the wind, just paint over that. And we just waiting on 3 members. Just 1 member from the side of Fire just ready up, and then 2 members.
There we go.
Polaris.
There we go. Now it's side up. But yeah, this is going to be interesting to see if anyone's going to go on top, or it's going to be all corner mid fights, just all on the bottom.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not expecting Fire just to maybe go up top of the glass there, but they're just really aggressive just to be on the mid bottom there. And we see a Junior with Surskit, and we see a Hydra from the side of Polaris.
I'd like to point out that's the vanilla Hydra on the side of Polaris, and actually that is a very interesting pick.
Oh my gosh. Interesting. And while it is testing grounds, you get to test out any sort of weapons you want here.
It really is. We see they also have 2 nozzle noses on the side of Polaris, which intrigues me, but they get wiped right away.
Oh man, this could be hard. And it's Vanilla, L3, and Kenza. Interesting picks. Like I said, it is testing grounds. We get to test whatever weapons we want, but it seems though Fire able to just keep holding the zone. Echo here, just staying alive and just played so defensively. And this is a really hard time for Polaris to try to make this a little come back here.
Polaris needs to come together, keep paint up, and take out the members that are the most that are adding the most pressure. The Hydra there did move in too close to the members of Fire who were right below. Not a good matchup for the Hydra to be in that position.
Absolutely, and we see a baller coming out, but try to get the zone, but not able to get it. So a cancel splash zone from Echo, got 2 kicks, and that ends it too.
Echo just went in and said, "No, you're not allowed to pass." Echo was the Gandalf there.
Yeah, absolutely. You Echo, and then you got Echo, and then Surskit, just the frontliners just going straight up there and just going right into their faces, and just you are not coming to the zone or the objective. You're just not coming over.
I think Polaris's comp there, they lacked the aggression power to actually fight off Fire's aggression. The two nozzle noses and the 52 just couldn't keep up with what they were applying. And I've seen nozzle noses play as frontline and even 52s, but in this case they were staying more cautious and just again couldn't keep up with that comp.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe that's going to be it for us, Devi. So I guess this is going to be it from us. Devi, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter at DeviWBG, or I'm on Twitch, usually streaming my competitive stuff at Devi_WBG. What about you, Germ?
I would say the same thing. You can find me on Twitter with @BunnyHeejin_SPL, and you can also find me on Twitch, which is German the K-pop King. I usually just do a lot of Splatoon stuff, and so you can always find me there. And yeah, that's gonna be it for us. We will be right back with break here. We're gonna be moving on to the next commentators, which are Siren and Fusion. And hopefully you get to enjoy those two commentators next. Anyways, guys, we'll see you guys next time, and we'll be moving on. See you guys.
Bye, guys.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for stopping by IPL's testing grounds this Friday night. My name's Fusion, and I am joined here by Siren. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Pretty good. I'm actually, it's been a little bit since I've touched Splat, but right off the bat, we're jumping straight into a super cool set that's going to be between Sonder and velveeta. Yeah, sondfur, the newly renamed sondfur, versus everyone's favorite cheese brand. It looks like our first match is going to be Tower Control on Starfish main stage. What do you think we can expect hopping into Tower Control on Starfish?
I don't know. I'm looking at these rosters here, and it does look like we have Nishi subbing in on the side of sondfur here, so I'm expecting a pretty hairy match ahead of us. I'm not entirely sure what's going to be going on here exactly. Obviously, I think we can expect Josh to be going on some sort of charger here. It's kind of what he's known for, and of course, with the being Tower Controller, is going to have that blatant upper hand in this situation. Going into this, though, I'm not too sure what to expect of either side entirely, aside from that, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've seen some of the players. Well, I'd say happy. It's been a while since I've seen them on the side of velveeta, but beyond that, I think the rest of the team is a bunch of very solid, aggressive players. So I'm kind of expecting no backline, coming out guns blazing from the side of velveeta, and I think it's really going to be on Sonder to shut him down right out of the gate with perhaps Josh on the charger. I don't know, maybe they'll pick Squiffer or something here, because this is an interesting map in so many different ways, especially when it comes to weapon picks, as we actually do see Domo on the charger, and Josh indeed on that fresh Squiffer. Let's go.
Okay, so yeah, looking at it here, it looks like we have a bit of a reverse situation from what I kind of expected here. Legend looking like he's going to be trying to churn out as many inkjets as possible, just guessing by that drop roller build on the splash. Of course, Josh moving up to this cubby here, getting that peek on the side with Furnaps on the right. Getting that pick together on the T-Tech is going to open up the entire game for them at this point. It's going to let them get that early push and this early map control, which is going to be great for them. Moving up into their pit is obviously the first motion that they're going to be wanting to go for here. Of course, that's the first area to sort of defend on this certain path. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing if they're able to keep this up, or if velveeta here is going to do well with defending at this point. And it does look like DM here gets a very good snipe there. Only 2 up left on sondfur, but that doesn't look like it's slowing them down at all.
Yeah, I mean, you saw right there when Synapse got over into that right side, the K-52 with that splash wall was able to create so much space. They kept the entirety of velveeta stuck in that court, and even though they didn't get any picks out of it, they were able to push the tower forward, and Synapse finding themselves in a bit of a weird situation, getting perhaps a trade on one of the members of velveeta, and velveeta is pinning up and getting back into mid after a reasonable push, I'd say. That's kind of a push that you don't expect to stand until the end of the game, but it's a pretty solid push nonetheless. Breaking the first checkpoint is a very big deal, because it means you're going to be at the second checkpoint in the blink of an eye. This armor's coming in, and Bless behind Synapse here, beside Josh there on that inkjet. Perhaps trying to shark out the jump, but getting sniffed out by Nishi, protecting his teammate on that landing, and this is looking bad. This is looking like things are going all downhill for velveeta here.
Yeah, no, we're actually seeing 2 people right on the tower. Synapse here dropping that wall to protect Nishi, which is a great team play move right there. Popping the Booyah Bomb, probably going to go for that top left area, but actually opts to get the person who went up to snipe. Unfortunately, not getting any picks off of it, but it's still going to be playing pretty aggressively despite the fact that they're 2 down. Unfortunately, 3 down now, just being Josh jumping, and unfortunately probably going to go down here as he's sniffed out on that jump.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty solid push to make it to the checkpoint. The checkpoint is just the hardest place on this map to get past. You're going to need to brute force it, perhaps send some inkjets over that left side. But velveeta's really got a chance to get things going here. This inkjet popped perhaps a little bit prematurely. I was going to say not able to get a pick, but they're able to get a big pick on the charger. And the 52 goes down as well. 2 members, 3 members down. They're all falling like dominoes over on the side of of Sandra here, and this is a big push that can open the way on the left side, and Happy's just gonna ride this tower in on that left side, and Armor's about to come in behind them. This is a very strong push, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere as one gets taken out, the bomb inside the court. The rest of Sandra drops in to try and clean up the tower, but they're able to get one pick, but finally Josh able to stabilize by getting one pick on the tower there. But velveeta taking a very nice lead here.
Yeah, and of course, that lead is significant as it is 3/4 through that checkpoint there, but of course this isn't going to be able to win them the game by any means. There is still a couple minutes left. Sonder doesn't really have to move through any other checkpoints. They are going to struggle a bit probably trying to get through to, that amount on that specific checkpoint over there, because now velveeta is probably going to be focusing most of their efforts to defending that one specific spot. So it's going to be pretty tough. Caden getting the pick onto, I believe that was Legend there, and he's going to be looking for more. Popping that inkjet on the charger there, and is going for this top left pretty aggressively because they know that's exactly where they need to go from here on.
Oh yeah, when that tower comes in over that left side, people gather up into the top left, and Caden knew exactly what was going to happen. They get the checkpoint to 37, not able to take the lead, but this Booyah Bomb's going to be able to stall long enough for Caden to take that tower past the checkpoint. Now the tower is rolling into the pit below the tower. Members of velveeta are going down one after the other. The last is the charger there, who's going to perhaps have an opportunity to stop the tower, But I think a stall is all they can really hope for, that as members of Somber actually seem to jump out, perhaps regrouping, knowing that the timer is ticking down, and they really just have to hold this lead.
Yeah, we do see DM here trying to build up what he can, is staying alive so he can pop his ray at probably an aggressive point at this point, because now it's kind of less of a defending situation here. They are holding on to a couple specials on the side of Sondfur. It looks like Josh did have something, but did unfortunately just go down. They do have a Booyah Bomb though, so that's going to be kind of unfortunate for velveeta here, because that Booyah Bomb can move them off the tower, and they can honestly just, no pun with the velveeta here, but they can kind of cheese it at this rate with overtime coming so soon.
Yeah, absolutely. But with specials coming in again, Saunders just going to have a clear path to the tower. velveeta was just unable to get back into mid while that whole exchange was going on, and those early jumps out definitely helped them stabilize. It's very easy to, full wipe on this map because the whole map is just like so close quarters while you're pushing the tower. If you get all jumped on, you can send the tower back from 50 on your side to 50 on the other side in the blink of an eye. But Sondfur here showing their claws, and yeah, that's the low-hanging fruit. But
I was trying to think of more furry puns, and you kind of beat me to it. So
it's okay. We got a couple more games in the set, I think. So we got plenty of time. But Sonder, a strong game, showing their asserting their dominance over velveeta, but nonetheless velveeta got some solid pushes in there, and I think that the aggressive power, there's clutch picks that they were able to get could perhaps be useful for them as we move into Clamblitz on Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, definitely an interesting set here. I'm not really too sure. Like I say this every single time, but I'm not really too sure what to expect from this specific one, because it really depends on what you kind of run here. I do think with the more standard comp that Sondfur has set up with the kind of support front line, and then kind of like a charger in there, it may set them up for a very kind of standard Clamblitz setup where you do have Josh kind of watching the basket, and Nishi just kind of going for paint and holding on to clams. But it's very hard for me to predict what velveeta's going to do here, because last time I said something about Sonder, it wasn't really true for them, but it was for velveeta. So at this rate, it's kind of I have no idea at this rate. Clamblitz on Humpback, it's just such a weird one for me.
Oh yeah, I mean, you'd think that having a strong charger player on this map could be really useful. They can set up in mid and watch over your team pushing in. But I mean, we've seen plenty of aggressive comps just work here as well. I think armor is going to be useful. We're probably going to see inkjets again coming out of both sides. But I'm wondering if velveeta is going to change up the comp for Clamblitz a little bit. Generally, I think sondfur is more consistent in their comps. Like, we almost always see a Charger and a 52. But yeah, we do actually see 2 Inkjets. Oh my god, holy crap. Hang on. Josh is on the Blob Lobber. Let's go. We got Blob, we've got a Junior and a Pro. That's a very interesting comp coming out on the side of sondfur, overshadowing everything I was going to say about the other side. That's nonetheless, I'm super stoked to just see this going on.
I do think the Boozler pick on the side of velveeta is also pretty interesting here. I do like that that idea here specifically. I think the Boozler is a very flexible weapon, and I think it'll let them well this game specifically if that's what they're going for. Unfortunately, 2 people going down already. Josh goes down as well as I believe Caden. So Nishi's trying to back up to help support that, but unfortunately goes down. Of course, Josh is back on the respawn there, so hopefully he'll be able to get the picks that he needs to stop them from making this push here. He has that wall set up, so he's ready to defend as much as he can. They do, unfortunately, look like they are going to get 1 power climb in, but with 3 being down, that doesn't look like it's going to be much more. The ends up being, of course, on the other side, waiting out with the armor for his teammates to come back. Unfortunately, though, sondfur do getting like most of mid to themselves at this rate, and they're moving very fast on it. They have a lot of clams on their side. They have 21 with them, and they have that pity clam as well that I don't even think they've picked up yet. So moving into this now, this could be a very large counter push.
Yeah, I mean, that team comp they're running, the Junior and Blob has the ability to swing things way back in their favor so quickly, and we saw K-Pro and K52 both extremely quick killing weapons, and they were able to get a couple quick picks there, but just the 1 power clan was able to get in there. We saw them start the push off with that double Booyah Bomb, but they were unable to really get anyone. I think they pushed back the Charger on the right side, but other than that, those Booyahs just kind of perhaps went to waste there. They were really like kind of out of specials when they started to push in, but as I'm saying, this velveeta using that momentum to push back in, they're able to get a pick, but they're finding themselves in the valley of death, getting dropped on by the Blob, getting dropped on by the Junior. They get totally cleaned up as actually sondfur is swinging the momentum all the way back in their favor.
Yeah, of course, with Nishi being under the basket now already with 6 clams in hand, they can't pick up that pity clam there, but of course, it will take them a little second. They did a very, very good job of defending last time, so we'll see if they're able to do anything about it this time. Looks like they are going to get that 2nd power clam in. They are at a slight disadvantage, and unfortunately, the K-Pro, I believe Caden disconnected, and I think it's too late at this rate in the game for them to do anything about it, so they're just probably going to try and dunk as many clams in as they can right now and prevent any sort of push from velveeta coming in. They have to hold on as hard as they possibly can, but that might be an unfortunate end to this game for sondfur.
Yeah, I mean, that's really unfortunate, especially when one of your like primary aggros disappears. Nonetheless, sondfur is not given up yet. They get 1 pick, 2 picks. This push doesn't seem to be going far beyond the 1 power claim, but I think, yeah, there's 1 member in mid and I think 1 over on the left side. Yeah, but they're not able to actually take the lead here, so sondfur hangs on even in this 3v4 situation. And at this point, they're really just going to need to play like cleanup duty on mid, pick up clams in mid, keep the other team out of mid, because they basically, their only option is to get a couple of picks in mid. I don't think they're going to be able to really set up a push of their own, so they're just going to have to get picks in mid before anything happens. But 3 members of velveeta come all the way around the left side with a power clam with an Inkjet, are able to get a power clam and take the lead and really extend it and use their personal advantage, their squid advantage over sondfur here, as they actually run it on in and get the knockout.
Yeah, an unfortunate way to lose a game there, and like it's just kind of, it's a little bit sad. Of course, they did show some decent power with only 3 people being there, but of course, it's a little too much to ask when things are already as close as they are to be able to hold on like that in a 3v4. Unfortunately, any decision they would have made there would have been crucial to winning or losing, because they could push and risk having another pity clam for the other team, which would have been intensely dangerous when, it was only one clam to win, basically, at that rate. So, tough decisions for sondfur in that situation. But, it is a play all 3 tournament, and regardless, it would have been a game 3 anyway. So whoever kind of takes this next game is going to take the set regardless of whatever happened here with Caden's net, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're going to have to bear the brunt of that loss there, as Kaden makes the raid back into the lobby, and I believe that game is going to stand, as that seemed to have happened when velveeta had to score below 50.
Yeah, I believe that was the case in that situation, and I think we were around halfway through the game had already passed. I'm not entirely sure of how generous the rules are specifically for this tournament, but I do believe that is going to be a game for velveeta here.
Yeah, nonetheless, I think sondfur is more than capable of swinging back from that unfortunate situation.
Yeah, I do think it could go either way, though, in this situation. It is a bit of a toss-up here, because we have seen some very, very strong pushes from velveeta, regardless of whether or not Kaden was there. They already had, like, a decent, push in that Clan Blitz game before it became a 3v4. So definitely looking forward to seeing if they're able to hold whatever momentum they have built up into this third game, which is going to eventually be Rainmaker on Black Belly Skate Park. Definitely, if it were me, not the game that I would want to be, resting the set on. It's great to watch, but if I was the one playing it, I would be shaking it in my boots because this map mode is terrifying for me.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've got the Rainmaker pop in the middle. They just chop the top of that middle tower off for Rainmaker, so it makes it a little bit more, a little bit easier to navigate. But still, you've got that little bump in mid. There's so many little hills and twists and turns. You could just drop in, get stuck. If you get stuck, you're probably going to get hunted down by someone on the other team. It's really hard to navigate the middle, and then once you get out of that, it's all uphill and flat to the Rainmaker, to the Rainmaker pedestal. So I think, you're kind of going to see different teams have different strengths, whether they're fighting in the middle of the map versus pushing. So you'll probably see, a comp with more mid-range weapons struggle in mid, and they're going to have an easier time as they push through the open area towards the pedestal. So I think we're going to see sondfur swing back into shape here.
Yeah, definitely a good shot at that. I do think velveeta, they, with Rainmaker, especially on this map, you really only need one strong push, and they've shown us that they're capable of that, and they're also capable of defending. So for me, I think this could go either way. I'd love to see an upset. I think it would be an upset considered. I believe so.
Oh, but here come the Raybots.
Yeah, I think we could have expected a C-Jet from either side here. Very good weapon on this map. It's definitely the one person, I think I've said this before, I think getting the C-Jet out of the way usually here is kind of a win condition, or at least a knockout condition, because it's very, very hard to get it far unless you take out that C-Jet. Kaden almost getting picked off there, being just saved narrowly by Nisha's armor, getting it really fast into the game for an Enzap. Unfortunately going down to the Ray, which is not very surprising, as I was saying, yeah. Ray just kind of destroys everything on this map. Kaden popping the Rainmaker for himself, though, going up to the right here with Nishi's support on the side. Josh being ready to play kind of aggressively as the CJ. He's actually waiting in front of some of the other aggro players on the team, which, knowing how Josh plays, this isn't really surprising at all. It goes, you think it's a charger map, and then he goes Swiffer, and then he's playing, way in front of his aggros as a CJ. That's not shocking at all.
I mean, what you saw at the start of that push there was Josh going up into the top right saying, this way, let's start a push. The backline being up in front of everyone. That extra range able to keep him back. Synapse on that sploosh is able to navigate so well through just this small amount of fate. This hammer's going to keep the other team off of the ledge. They get one pick over the ledge, perhaps a second pick. They're just able to keep velveeta back long enough to rush the Rainmaker all the way down to 9. But they still have turf control in here. Kaden's going to try and dunk it here as they come in and do right through the Jet Sculpture shots. And sondfur making a statement, coming back in strong.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for velveeta. Not much you can do in that situation where you have a hammer directly under your plat and breaking through the wall. It's not something you can really shoot over easily. And obviously, Fernaps making great work of that hammer in that situation there, just locking them out of anything to do with the Rainmaker. So, honestly, a great set for both teams, in my opinion. sondfur obviously showing their strength, and velveeta putting up an amazing fight.
Oh yeah, I think it was that whole like last game was Sonder at their best. They were just able to, even though they were playing with a sub, we kind of see what their strengths are. They were able to get up aggressively, and that hammer was able to keep Velveeta back in spawn, and that's kind of like exactly how they drew it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the whole plan they have going in when you pick Sploosh on that map.
Yeah, it's kind of what I think Sploosh is designed for, at least among competitive players, to do, is just to cause chaos, and that's exactly what Furnaps was able to do. And I'm going to keep saying Furnaps, even though I know that it's Synapse, just because I want to, and I never got any more furry puns. And how can you make a furry pun with a Sploosh 7 and a hammer? I don't know.
I don't know. But Synapse saying, please you could keep saying Furnaps. And,
so looking at this bracket here, most sets aren't quite finished yet. Results so far looking like Massacre is 1-1 with the runaway Ferris wheel. Bad taking a 3-0 victory over Los Inklings. Turtle Hut taking 3-0 over Destiny Troops. Arctic Moon going 2-1 with Okay. Under Squids losing 3-0 to Persistence. And Nawal taking a set over Xanadu 3-0. That's just a few of them. I don't know if it's worth me bringing up every single one. Actually, License to Krill losing 3-0 to Sous Chef. I think that is interesting, actually. Sous Chef being So 2.0, Sky. I'm not too sure who that is. It's just like kind of a symbol. And Salsa 2.0. That's actually... I don't know if that's considered... Let me look at the seed. I don't know how seeded this tournament is, but that could be an upset. Yeah, that is considered an upset. Oh... Definitely an interesting set. I'm kind of wondering what happened in that situation there. Obviously, if it was just like a normal set for both teams, that's obviously we should be watching out for Sous Chef at this point. But it does look like so far in the tournament they've gone 4-0 in sets. So definitely be watching out for Sous Chef. We could be seeing them in the top cut. I think it's most likely. They actually won against Arctic Moon last round. 2-1, and then beat Symphony 3-0 in round 2. Beat Rising Wave 2-1. Alright, so yeah, they've had a very clean run so far, so yeah, most likely going to be seeing Sous Chef in top cut no matter what happens next round, I think.
Interesting. I am wondering that symbol you're talking about is Omega, so I'm wondering if that's Omega, but that seems unlikely.
Yeah,
Maybe?
I'm not sure. I thought of that, but I don't want to confirm it because I feel like Omega would have their full name there. So
yeah, perhaps. But it's cool to look at these teams. I mean, some of them are new to me. A lot of them are familiar. I like the variety of names. I like you just mentioned the runaway Ferris wheel. I would have loved to see them on stream so I could say they're on a roll. But I don't think we're going to get that opportunity.
Hey, it's not impossible at this rate. Round
True.
5, you never know.
It's true, but a lot of familiar faces shaping up to be in the top cut as we head into the 5th round.
Yeah, only waiting on a couple more matches. Just waiting on results from Sunrise and Nectar, Rebel Busters, Polaris, and just the last match between Massacre and Runaway Ferris Wheel. So just a few more games before we find out. Gee, I don't know what to talk about this time. Fusion, are you working on anything interesting in the Splatoon community right now?
taking a little break from playing and doing a little bit more commentary and coaching. So I guess that's something I'm working on. That's why I'm here, I guess. But that's pretty much what I've been up to. I think it's nice to kind of take a step back, be able to perhaps spend a little bit more time as a spectator, like analyzing the game, you know?
Yeah, I definitely feel that a lot. I've been wanting to be casting a bit more. Sometimes just things haven't been lining up too well. I've started playing with a new group of people. I want to self-insert, but I'm not. I don't know. Like I'm not. I didn't come to plug my team, but you should follow Aegis. Just go through my Twitter bio at siren_SPL. Honestly though, jeez.
Jeez, indeed.
So I'm gonna try and look at our ranks so far and think what we'll probably be seeing in Top Cut. Or I guess in this tournament it's referred to as Knockout Bracket. There's going to be 8 teams in Knockout, so it'll be top 8 teams. So far, obviously, sondfur and Sous are going to be there. I could totally see velveeta making it into the Top Cut at some point. I think Arctic Moon is also probably going to be on good pace for it. Who has Arctic Moon lost to? Because they're 3-1 right now. Oh, they lost to
Sous Chef, right?
Yeah, they lost to Sous Chef, and that's a guaranteed top team. So yeah, probably Arctic Moon, so long as they do well in the last round, and I think they probably will. It's Arctic Moon. They're very consistent. There's R. Am I supposed to be like team?
That's Mr. Krabs laughing.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I have no idea. That's my
Wait, I want to see their. Do they have a logo on here? They don't. They have no logo. It's seed number 2. Oh, it's Swisher and Kofer. Oh, I see what they did. They put a bunch of R's in their names, so Swisher is Swisher and Kofer is Kofer. That's why. But I really wish it was Mr. Krabs instead.
Yeah, maybe they've all become pirates.
Yeah, maybe. I would like that. Looks like perhaps Coral Gamers did drop. I'm not sure if they just. Yeah, I think that is the case. Unfortunately. Some DNA made of slime. I love these team names. I don't know what I hope that's the slimy pickup. Is that the slimy pickup?
Is that like?
It is the slimy pickup. It's called some DNA made of slime. What?
Is that like Helix and Slimy or something?
That's it's Carrot, Latios, Bishop, and Slimy.
Yeah, that's Helix.
Okay. So, yeah, so Helix
Nice.
and Slimy, and they just named their pickup some DNA made of slime. Whose idea do you think that was out of all those people? Because I don't know if Slimy would name it after himself.
Probably Carrot. I don't know.
But I would definitely let you. Yeah, I could see that from anyone there. So, I'm not sure who we're gonna be... Oh, I think we are commentating licensed to Krill next, just from judging what I'm seeing right now on my screen. So that's just an assumption, but do we know who they're playing? Yes, okay, that just came out. Alright, so they're gonna be playing against... Where is it? Bad.
Ooh.
I
Always a good
them
set
the other
with Bad.
night. Yeah, they're very strong, and I'm looking forward to this because, of course, I believe both teams have been performing very well so far in this tournament. So, obviously, it's always an interesting set when it is, it's high stakes, and there's a good chance of it being very, very close. Mm-hmm. So in this situation, my interests have been piqued. I know these teams pretty pretty well. Yeah.
Gonna break out the monocle and cup of tea for this set. Yeah, actually, it's been a while since I've seen Licensed to Krill sporting their original name. They've been through some sponsors and have been rocking some other names for a while, and it's cool to see them back. It's nice to see them rocking one of the classic Splatoon 2 names.
Yeah, I missed that from back in the day. Early on in Splatoon 2, I was with Overdrive, and they were kind of considered... I don't know if this is really a thing or a concept anymore, but early on, they were considered sister teams, or like... Basically kind of... I guess it was like a fancy way of saying very close scrim partners back then. And that was the time before Licensed to Krill was sponsored, way back, and... These names and these tags, really, they just bring me back.
Oh yeah. I'm very familiar with both of these teams, and, you know, seeing teams over, like, long periods of time, you get to see all the different, like, weapons and strategies they've had in all different metas, so it's really cool to see. But now two of them are going to be facing off, as we got Bad, whose roster... oh boy. Emmet Vinyl, Honedge, and Kairu. I'm not going to read the rest of Honedge's name.
Yeah.
And on the other side, we've got actually...
I believe that was Bronze, Brock, and then they have a couple people playing with them. I think they have Guru from Beastie Coys, that team. I think that's playing with them. Who is it? And Flurry. Okay, so I'm familiar with kind of all these players. I've been seeing Flurry and Guru moving around a lot. Bronze, of course, we can expect probably a C-Jet out of him almost anywhere, but he is pretty flexible. He could do like ballpoint or something, anything. He's just a very flexible, decent player all around. Flurry, I think we can kind of accept like a 96 Gallus. I think especially on plat zones here in this situation, we will probably see that out of him, but of course everyone here is very flexible, so it's kind of like a wet noodle trying to predict what Licensed to Krill is going to be playing on any given map mode. Of course, with Bad, it's kind of a similar situation. Of course, Emmett being a very strong backliner, but you know, all backliners are kind of able to do a lot of things, and sometimes they'll just switch out of their element if they don't like a specific map in particular. It feels almost kind of random to me at this rate.
Yeah, I mean, this is Splatzone's Mako Mart. We'll probably see most people popping out their comfort weapons, maybe some extra like AoE damage, like maybe a machine. But other than that, people are probably going to stick to what they're comfortable with. We actually see, we see Junior and V dualies, the hero dualies coming out on the side of Bad, and those are sporting the Burst Bomb missiles kits that Grim also has, and I think those missiles are going to be very useful for getting teams off the stack. It's a super unpopular weapon, but anyways, very early we see that armor popped as Bad's finally going to take control of the zone at the start, but they're unable to make much progress, and they get kind of caught out from behind, but they're able to single out one member of Licensed to Krill and hold the zone here as two members go down and they finally solidify their push.
Yeah, no, getting into this here, they're going to get this very early lead right off the bat, taking some people down, and that's going to definitely hinder Licensed to Krill from coming back at a full speed. Of course, Fleur are going to be trying to build up this armor there, almost there, and now they have like 2 or 3 specials. They are popping them now, except for Bronze, of course, holding on to that raid, because it's not really necessary right now, of course, getting back into that. They're going to want that paint support rather than that sort of aggressive raid support, especially when you have an armor out. They are getting that pick off of that, which is going to start off the momentum of this push, but unfortunately, I do believe Brock went... No, not Brock. The other shot went down, unfortunately, for Licensed to Krill, but it has been pretty even so far. Of course, you know, that zone isn't getting capped until 38 points on the side of Bad, so of course they're not going down without a fight, and it is going to be quite some time before they're going to make quite a chip like that.
Oh yeah, we see Hona zip-zapping all over the place, able to get one pick on the stack, able to get one on the right side, and the rest of Bad is finally able to push in and get License to Krill to back up all the way on the right side. And if there's anything I see going on for License to Krill here, it's that they're kind of lacking paint. They don't have really good ways to get it on their own. They're relying pretty heavily on the Stingray. As 4 specials up on the side of Bad, we see the missiles come out. We're probably going to see the Ray come out in just a second. Yep, armor comes in, multiple members are coming through the zone, and it's able to stall with that bomb rush, and these specials are just totally getting neutralized. License to Krill unable to make any progress. Emmett tries to set up for the snipe on the Inkjet recall, but is unable to get it. Greg's able to get a pick, and that's finally, I think, going to let License to Krill cap the zone here. But still, 2 or 3 members on the side of Bad are still up as Greg looks for a pick.
Yeah, Greg moving up here, hoping to get the pick off on Kyle. Wait, what am I seeing here? Yeah, getting the pick on Kyle. Hana's moving up in the zone. I do think these dualies do a pretty decent job of painting. Getting that fall-off kill on Bronze, kind of impressive there. It doesn't look like it was kind of a direct shot. He kind of fell backwards there. Of course, they do have a good amount of what is it? Oh my gosh, I forgot the word for it. The points that stop you from getting points. I want to call it pity counter, but what is it called?
Penalty?
Penalty! Thank you! I forgot the word penalty. I should be honestly punished for that as a commentator. I forgot that word.
There's so many times where I'm just like, what's the word? It means this. Jeez. Anyways, Bronze coming into that Stinger was able to get 2 quick picks, and now actually Bad finds themselves on the back foot here as Emmett's perhaps caught a little bit overextending, trying to get a pick on the Charger. Another member drops on the left side. Honage gets taken out. And License to Krill is solidifying the hold for them over there. So now we see the Stingray used to try and open up the top left. The Charger's backed up into their spawn. Brock's trying to make something happen over here on the top left. The missiles are probably going to force them back, but the push seems to be coming in all the way on the right side for the most part. And they really need to deal with those people before they try and get the Charger up here. And they just let them have the zone for free. Emmett was just kind of just holding aggro here while the rest of his team came in all the way onto the left side. And Bad's able to regain control just in time and saving that lead.
Yeah, Bad doing a great job at stopping them at the perfect moment here, and they don't have much penalty left before they can get a decent lead and perhaps a knockout onto License to Krill here. They just have to hold on. But of course, the same thing goes the opposite way, where if License to Krill gets control back here, like all they really have to do is turn the penalty into point. They are going to get the neutralized, and getting 2 picks here is going to be important for them. Greg kind of pushing up on this right side here, trying to pick out, perhaps find the junior. Only 1 left, and holding on to that armor for hopefully the comeback here so that they can take the zone back. With 30 seconds to go, they do need all of that time. License to Krill, License to Krill needs all 30 seconds from that timer to keep the zone, because otherwise it's probably not going to end too well for them here. Unfortunately, Greg going down in the Inkjet there, but that isn't going to be too bad for them since they did get the pick on the junior there, which does neutralize the situation a little bit there since they have no paint. They have to hold on to the zone here very desperately. Flurry, unfortunately, isn't going to be keeping up too well, but it's a desperate fight for the zone in this situation. Everybody's coming in. Brock is jumping in, but the counter goes off, and they don't get the lead, unfortunately. It sticks in the neutral, and that's all that Bad needed.
Oh my god.
So much happening.
It's holding my breath the whole time. Bad was like, oh yeah, we can take our time here. Like, they had like 30 seconds on the penalty, and they were able to kind of get their specials in slowly, but the specials weren't used to like their maximum effectiveness, you know? They were kind of like, they missiled someone off the zone, they were unable to really get in the zone super quickly, but thankfully they were able to get enough people in the zone. And because of their paint advantage that their team comp has, they were able to just kind of paint over and stall long enough for that win to happen.
Yeah, it was a desperate race to try and cap the zone or hold it there, because at that rate, all that License to Krill needed to win there was just a bit of a zone cap. Even capping it once in that situation, and even setting it back to neutral there would have at least extended that timer a little bit for them. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to get that singular cap in that second. It was very desperate effort from both teams, and it looks like it kind of evened out, sort of like one of those anime fights, unfortunately.
Yeah, they were just kind of trading blows in the mid. When we saw the dualies go down, I thought that, might have let them get the zone cap, but even still, the other 3 members of Bad were able to stall. Mm-hmm. And actually, perhaps the little bit less paint that in the comp that License to Krill is sporting here might work out as we head into tower control on Inkblot, a notoriously small map.
Mm-hmm. We can tell that Bronze is going to be a definite pain in the butt here, as you can kind of expect with any tower control map with the CPET main. I do think Flurry is going to contribute quite a bit to that, sporting a lot of armors, being a 96 main, or I could even expect the crap out of him here. You never know. Either one, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. We're actually seeing neither. Opting into the NSAP support here, which, is honestly fair. It's an alright alternative to 96, especially if you're expecting something specific out of the other team. So you actually did see him running Object Shredder there, so it could be for a specific reason, or to try and get rid of any armors or counter them on the other side, which is a good call out because they did have a Junior in the last game as well.
Yeah, Final abusing the range of Junior, that extra little height to get the fall-off kill and avoid the trade, and a couple quick picks from on the back of that armor were able to let Bad get this early start here. This Ray is not going to do much as it's popped with only 1 member near the tower. 1 member does go down, but Gregory finds themselves in the middle of 3 different members on the side of Bad. Bad's gonna get that first checkpoint, but unable to get enough people onto the plat in time. They're going to smartly back up and jump out, perhaps gain some specials, get ready for the next push. And we see actually Bronze with that Ray here coming in. Gets picked really early, and that seems like it's going to kill their momentum.
Yeah, I think this definitely gives Bad a second shot at getting through that one checkpoint by that, that choke point by the tarp there. I feel like that part is just a little more difficult to get through, even from the checkpoint. That checkpoint is guarded decently by a wall, but once you get by this tarp area where you have the entire plat looking at you, it is very hard to get through. And with 2 down on either side, it's going to probably be a stop here, especially with Bronze popping that Ray in this situation. Of course, Kyle has something to say about it with the Booyah Bomb, but unfortunately, I think this is going to be the end for them. He's getting out there just narrowly, nearly going down. Does get the pick on Flurry. He is punishing him for trying to leave the plat there a little bit too early, I guess. But kind of was expecting the chase there.
Yeah, we see Honage pop their inkjet on the bottom, finds themselves below some members, and I thought they weren't going to be able to get anything, but they do get a very nice pick on the top. This K-Pro is able to get 1 pick, and that extra paint is going to force the Jet to jump out. So this push is just going to keep going for Bad. They have a member set up on the top left, and Honage. His Booyah is going to stall a bit, and actually they're not able to get the checkpoint because Greg was behind them in the choke. And that's going to stop the rest of the reinforcements from getting back in. Gregor just single-handedly keeping the rest of Bad at bay. But nonetheless, still the trades are going back and forth, and actually a full wipe coming out onto License to Krill. Emmett's up on the plat now. Those missiles are going to clear out the top area there, and this is looking a lot more dominant than the previous pushes. This really could go all the way.
Mm-hmm. Brock, unfortunately, getting into a bit of a difficult position for him to watch the tower there, dropping under there, and with this push moving up here, Honage popping that Jet in a very dangerous position. I'm assuming he did get a pick out of that. Not too sure because he missed that, but Vinyl right in this checkpoint here, it's not too much further for them, and with the momentum they've been holding, this could be very, very dangerous for License to Krill at this rate.
Oh yeah, 2 shooters, 3 shooters, not able to do anything about the members of Bad chilling on the tower. So Bad is going to take this set as we head into game 3 of the play all 3, I believe.
Yeah, so we are gonna, with Bad holding under their victory for this set, probably not gonna stop them from wanting to win this third game as well, just to have the best record they possibly can. And of course, you always want to win. There's no reason to stop trying, especially when I believe at this rate they've secured their spot in the top cut. So any game now to try and prove themselves is gonna go a long way, because they want to be holding on to any momentum they can in the top cut. Of course, going into this, does this mean License to Krill might be out of the top cut? I'm not entirely sure, because I think it's going to depend on what happens in the other sets. If there's some ridiculous upset, then maybe we'll see that, but yeah. Clamlet's on the reef. Who do you think has the upper hand in this situation?
It's kind of hard to say. Bad was looking pretty dominant those previous 2 games. And regarding the standings, License to Krill is finding themselves in third place, I think, after the last round. So I think regardless of what happens, they'll be in a pretty good position just because of how they've done so far in the rest of the tournament. But with that out of mind, we're going to be seeing another very quick back and forth game over here in mid. I think last game, License to Krill kind of thought, okay, we were doing too slow a comp or something maybe. So they brought out 2 shots and an end zap, and even that was unable to clear the tower. So I'm really curious what they're actually going to try here, as similar comps, but a Squiffer coming out. And we see actually License to Krill kind of reverting back to the 96 gal, and we also see a K52, so a very interesting double gal comp. I love this coming out. On the reef here. They might have a hard time pushing over mid, but boy, does that crossfire get some picks very quickly. Emmett over here in bottom mid trying to find some picks. This armor is going to perhaps shut it down as Honage comes in for the assist. Honage going for a flank over in the left side. 19 clams already for Bad as they try and pinch one of the members of License to Krill here. They are able to get a very nice pick, and they are already setting up shop in the enemy base.
Yeah, it looks like they've moved in very fast, but they didn't quite have anything ready at first. That might slow them down a little bit with the fact that Honage is now down. They are holding on to 2 balls after dunking one. Kairu holding on to a few clams here and there. Of course, he's going to have to get through his inkjet entirely before being able to use any. Unfortunately, the basket is closing up, but that's not going to be much of a problem since Emmett is holding on to another clam. But that does put them back by about 10 clams. Had they been a little bit faster in getting that in, they do lose those points, but I don't think that's going to be a big issue for them in the long run.
Oh yeah, we saw Emmett kind of go a little bit early and be like, wait, the basket's not down yet, back up, but they were able to get back in as another big push coming out from Bad because they had multiple power claims in store for this push. Honage able to get a nice pick on the Jet Squelcher as they set up pretty easily up into this top left. They opt to get some extra points in rather than go for positioning, and instead are able to actually jump out. One member
knockout.
Yeah, one member of Bad came up and tried to knock it out. Tried to sneak a clam in, but yeah, they got taken out after just 1 clam, not able to get the knockout. So License to Krill does have a lifeline here as Gregory gets a nice pick over on the right side as License to Krill continues to build up clams.
Yeah, they do look like they're almost at a full clam here, and of course they are holding onto that pity clam from the last push. They are going to try and get things started there, but unfortunately the person who looked like they were holding the most small clams has unfortunately gotten picked off by, I believe, Emmett there, so that is going to be probably a quick slowdown to the push. Of course, Bronze on this bridge here, not going to be able to do too much, especially with the basket closing right now. But they are getting these kind of residual picks afterwards. 2 down on the side of Bad, but they don't really have the power into their basket to follow this up, and unfortunately 2 of them going down. It has been very back and forth so far. Greg getting the trade there, which isn't going to really do too much in kind of a neutral position in the game right now, aside from the fact that, of course, Bad is holding on to such a strong lead.
Yeah, they're really going to need a very strong push, perhaps a couple picks, if they're going to be able to take it here. Bronze on that Ray is able to get a pick, but that's not enough as more members of his team end up going down. Bronze trying to save the power clam, but is going to be able to get a trade out of it, but really that's not going to do much besides stall Bad's next push here, as they already have a power clam and 17 more. Holy crap. As this baller comes in and as the missiles as well. This is snowballing already.
And as you can see from that overheader a second ago, they do have insane map coverage, and that looks like it is going to be the knockout, but unfortunately they all get a they get full wiped. Had they not missed that one power clam there, that would have been the knockout for them immediately. So now License to Krill does have another shot at getting this, but at this rate they of course do have to knock out to win the game. They are going to definitely be trying their best here. Bronze popping that Ray. They only have a minute left to make these kind of moves. It's not impossible, but they're going to have to try really, really hard. Brock popping the jet while holding the ball. That is going to be kind of unfortunate for them, because even if he had got the picks there, they wouldn't have been able to start that push until it was over, I think, unless they had somebody else with them. So that's very unfortunate there. It didn't end up saving the ball in the end, unfortunately, because it did go down. It was right in the worst position for that. Of course, and now with a minute left, 3 down, they're going to be defending as hard as possible, or perhaps going for the knockout, playing a bit cheeky here. Of course, they have to knock out, or they're just going to end up giving them another shot at taking it. But I think at this rate, they can kind of play with that risk.
Yeah, 1 power clam and 2 clams is all they need. Kairu trying to get in 2 down. Vinyl's the only one. They find themselves, they get 1 pick, but they're unable to do it. Honage trying to come in as well now. They grab the clams necessary, but there's 3 members of Bad staring them down. They are finally going to jump out.
So they end up playing around with that risk there. Still didn't quite get that knockout, giving them another power clam. If they don't somehow lose it, they are going to get this overtime here. Unfortunately, one of them going down already. Flurry's going to make a clam, and looks like he's going to try and end the game here. Wait, no, what am I saying? That's the wrong team. So Greg gonna pop this booyah, but they do need to keep up this momentum. They do get a couple picks, but of course now it's become even. The people coming back are taking picks off, and unfortunately I think that is going to be the game for License to Krill. Unfortunately, they were able to get a decent push, but it was just too little too late in that situation. The game going to Bad, and a very clean 3-0 set for them.
Yeah, a very strong showing from Bad. Some nice team play. We kind of saw at the end there, that last push on this map, getting someone to the car is like your win condition. And while that was a pretty strong push, we saw coming out from License to Krill, they were unable to get anyone there alive. And that's kind of why their push didn't really last so long. They're not able to hold their ground. But we kind of saw them perhaps scrambling a little bit for power clams and for points at the end, and Bad just stayed composed, stayed in control, and just performed very well in that set. They did a really good job.
Yeah, definitely a very clean showing out of them. Never really gave License to Krill any leeway in that set at all. It felt like, even though, you know, License to Krill was showing some amazing team play, Bad was just doing the same thing, but just way more aggressively, and just had no hesitations moving in at all. Okay. So definitely now I think we're just waiting on the last few sets to finish up here. We are going to be doing the first round as well in the knockout bracket, which should be pretty interesting. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing who's going to be making it into that. Of course, like I said earlier, it is going to be the top 8 teams making it in there. So far, it's looking like sondfur, of course, and Sous Chef. License to Krill, I believe, still does get in there. But we'll see once all the matches have been, reported, if that stays the same. Arctic Moon, looking pretty good so far. They are facing Nawal in this last round, and I do think that Arctic Moon has what it takes to take out Nawal in this situation. I think I could go either way, but I do think that that is a set that's more likely going to go to Arctic Moon. The Some DNA Made of Slime pickup, losing 2-1 to OK. OK being a very strong team so far, so honestly going 2-1, not something too bad for them. That's, you can write home about that. Massacre might be getting in there as well. They're kind of just sitting on that top 8 spot right now.
I think that these standings are going to be final, because we just have some sets between teams that are not too close to the top 8. So looks like we do have our top 8 set, and it seems like it's going to be sondfur,
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be Sondfur, Velveeta, Sous Chef, Arctic Moon, Bad, Midnight, License to Krill, and Massacre, most likely. I do believe Fusion is just fixing their mic right now, having a bit of a technical difficulty, but it wouldn't really be a tournament without that, would it? Oh boy. So I guess it's just me. I don't know if we want to go on a quick break before the bracket starts. I think that would probably be the most optimal thing right now. If you want to...
Hello?
Hello, hi.
Hi, am I dying over the internet anymore?
I don't think so. It's not... I don't know if it's too early to call it, but you sound better now.
Okay.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Okay, maybe we should just go on break. Can we do that?
Welcome back, everyone. As we head into Top Cut to the knockout stage of Testing Grounds 5. And the first match we are going to have for you guys tonight is Arctic Moon versus Bad. So a repeat from who we saw earlier. Well, not a repeat, but
Well,
we saw
yeah,
Bad
we're seeing Bad
Close
again
enough,
now.
Anyways.
But this time, of course, we're going to be seeing them playing against Arctic Moon. I think Arctic Moon so far has had a very similar run, if not maybe a little bit better than Licensed to Krill's. So we'll see how the matchup goes this time around. Of course, we're starting this off on a Rainmaker game, Manta Maria. So even if this goes one way or the other, I don't know if that's going to be a very good prediction of how things are going to go for the rest of the set, because Rainmaker on Manta is just Rainmaker on Manta. It is kind of what it is. It exists, all right, but it is very exciting to watch as a spectator. I do love these kind of Rainmaker matches. Looking at Arctic Moon, they do have Shockwave subbing in. I do believe Shockwave is an Australian Nautilus player. If this is the person I'm thinking about, that's definitely going to be interesting for them, I think, especially with someone with like Dark, who I do believe plays Nautilus as well. So going into this, it's definitely interesting. I'm definitely, it's my first time seeing Arctic Moon playing in this tournament so far. I could have missed them earlier, but
All right. You see Honage popping out those Juliets and pairs this time. That Inkjet over the wall is going to prove pretty strong. We see the double Splatling as we kind of expected from Dark, popping on that backline with the Stingray, Shockwave on the Knot with that Inkjet. And both teams are going to try and contest pop here in the middle, but the two Splatlings a little bit too slow towards mid. So this armor popped on the side of Arctic Moon is going to push Bad back a little bit, and they're going to find themselves on the back foot here as these Splatlings begin to get set up in mid. Dark on the right side with that Stingray is probably going to help clean up Arctic Moon over on the left side, but they're thankfully able to back off just in time. Charger does get taken out though, and multiple members of Bad are getting pushed back into the street. So this probably isn't going to be a full-fledged push yet, but Shockwave getting set up into the top left here is a very strong position as we see the Inkjet coming out. Not able to get the snipe there, but Shockwave up here is going to start the push as one of the members of Arctic Moon is actually going to get taken out early.
Yeah, you can kind of see there Arctic Moon was moving up very heavily, despite the fact that for the most part of that, like, as far as like man advantage, they were pretty even like the entire time. So seeing them move this aggressively, regardless of how many people they have on the field, is quite admirable. I do like seeing this kind of play. We are seeing the double raid coming out. Unfortunately, that's probably going to be the end for Spyro's push. Not much you can do about that, other than having some teammates nearby, which unfortunately Spyro's not at that time. Now, it is going to be Bad's turn moving up into mid, painting this entire map, and trying to get a quick move onto this right side here. Unfortunately, Honage going down along with, I believe, Emmett, so they are going to back out of here. Of course, Vinyl actually getting a pick on Shockwave there. It is kind of a bloodbath right now in the middle with people jumping in.
Yeah, I mean, he's the Junior on the Splat Bombs is going to be very helpful for cleaning up. Vinyl's trying to take the little sneaky push. They're able to get one. No one's there. Dark's finally able to mow them down. They're able to take a lead. Not a super duper incredible one, but a lead nonetheless. Dark raying a little bit earlier to help Twig get set up in the bunk. That's probably, it's not going to take anyone out. Shockwave over on that left side is able to actually get 2 picks, and this could open the way. Twig coming into their street with Booyah Bomb. They're trying to clean out the Cape Pro. They're not able to do it just yet. They set up the Booyah Bomb. They're trying to get a pick out of this. They're unable to find anyone with that Booyah Bomb. And just like that, the momentum's being slowed. The Rainmaker's going to try and go down that mid street. But Honage just kind of finding their way to the Rainmaker without any trouble. And really just stopping that push in its tracks.
Yeah, of course, getting the pop on Rainmaker with taking out Twig, unfortunately, in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Vinyl, of course, playing this Junior very aggressively, moving up here, kind of trying to move people from the side of Arctic Moon out. And, of course, it's going to be a bit of a reset back into mid here. Not holding on to a large lead here, and they are going to be popping that Ray, which should start some momentum here. 2 down on both sides, but that might not stop them. Of course, someone probably going to be jumping in the Shockwave here, and there's going to be some jumps to mid. It's just been a whole lot of back and forth this game, and I do expect the lead to sort of move in conjunction with that, it's probably going to go back to Arctic Moon at some point and just sort of rotate. That's just how this type of game goes, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Shockwave over on the top left do a very slick push over there. No one on the side of Bad was expecting them to flank. They were able to get one pick before they got taken out, but unfortunately that Inkjet used more defensively to try and stay alive is just going to put you in a position where you're either going to get splatted on recall or you're going to get splatted in the Inkjet. But actually a nice pick on Bad is Spar on the Rainmaker. Oof, they're able to make that jump there and run the Rainmaker for the lead here, as multiple members of Arctic Moon were able to clear out a path over on that right side. And that lead, again, is not the strongest lead that we've seen so far. Basically touching the ground in that pit is like really what gets you all those points. Vinyl and Kyra teaming up on that right side to get a pick. They're trying to push the rest of the members of Bad back into the street. They see a heavy on that bump there, and they're just rushing them down. They're trying to get that pick, clearing out the path. But it's going to prove difficult as most of the members are hard to dislodge. Shockwave able to mow them down. Words are hard, man.
Yeah, so Hanaj is the only one left on the side of Bad, but he's kind of holding onto this jet here, and honestly, we don't really know where he is, so he could be ready at any point to just pop off on everyone. Unfortunately, it looks like he was in a bad spot. If he was sharking, he did jump out there. They only have 8 seconds to pop this Rainmaker and grab it, but they do have a great man advantage right now. They just need to keep it up. Unfortunately, the one going down, and they are popping that Ray maybe a little bit early because Emmett just spotted out. That is going to like open this up for Vinyl here to get a push. So this is kind of a tight position for Bad. They really need to be watching Vinyl like he's the dang president. But unfortunately, getting onto the bunker is going to be a dangerous spot. Getting noticed by that slap. And that wasn't quite enough, unfortunately. Once you get spotted there and they know exactly where you are and you're right next to someone on the enemy team, that's going to be over for you. They're going to chase you because it's overtime and they have basically nothing to lose in that situation by chasing you down that far, into mid.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to really get a push going on that match. You need to clear out the entirety of mid. We saw Shockwave able to get set up on that top left, but basically beyond that they weren't really able to clear out mid. I think the spot that really lets you know, or really lets you take control, is if you go onto the wall of the enemy bunker. If you can get up there, you have you're in a very strong position to keep the enemies back. And it felt like most of the time both teams actually were kind of fighting just for those points in the street. They weren't thinking about going all the way or getting super strong pushes because they were trading so much.
It felt like that entire game was just team deathmatch, and Rainmaker was taking a back burner spot. No one really got a huge lead considering that map. No one really even dropped into pit entirely. They kind of got onto that side area, and that's what got them the lead. And I think they saw that opportunity kind of waiting for them, because getting there is a lot easier, but the payoff is not better overall. But with the time they had left, they just wanted to get that small, tiny 5-point lead that they ended up winning the game with in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, that kind of small edge might help you on Rainmaker, but on Splat Zones, it's all about blowouts one way or the other. The only way you really get points and hold the zone, especially on a big map like this one, is wiping the enemy team and keeping them in spawn. And we actually see a very paint-heavy comp coming out on the side of Bad, as we see the CDS and Junior coming out once again, and a lot more Slayer-heavy on the other side of that machine, the Polaris with the Jet. Over here, we've already got Shockwave a little more set up on that right side, able to get one of the members of Bad who is pushed over onto that far right. And at the start here, it looks like Arctic Moon's going to be able to start off with an early lead, and just to say that 2 members go down.
Yeah, I did notice that the first person who went down, unfortunately, was Vinyl there, which did cause Bad to kind of have a bit of a slow start in that situation. Of course, Junior going down early in any game, but especially zones, is going to put you at a slight disadvantage. Of course, they're taking that lead back pretty strongly. Kyra jumping out, getting out of that bad situation, but unfortunately, they are going 2 down overall, and that's 3 down, kind of a delayed situation for them, and that's probably going to be the lead back to Arctic Moon. It is, probably going to be a very back and forth set overall, but we do see Bad and Arctic Moon making some pretty good plays either way.
Yeah, we actually saw, I think, Emmett trickle in there over on the right side on that bamboo. They were unable to get a pick super early. They are able to get back just as the armor comes in, so this push isn't really slowed down too much, but Emmett finding themselves in a bit of a pickle over on the steps there, unable to do anything. Hopefully Honedge trying to do something with this rain. Vinyl's not there to support them. They're able to get one pick with another member and get a second pick, finally going to support the CDS, and it working out very well for them, as the rest of Bad coming in onto this right side, clearing out the last member as they do jump out. And they have, and actually, Bad does have some specials to spare for this next push. They're going to have the armor, and they're very close to missiles as well. As very early, actually, super quickly, Arctic Moon drops back in and gets 2 quick picks. Wow.
Yeah, it's very hard for me to even decipher kind of what's going on at this rate. It's just a whole lot of picks on either side. It doesn't feel like there's been much of a full wipe until I say that, because Commentators curse and 3 people go down on Bad. Very, very small margins of points here. Of course, it looks like Arctic Moon kind of dropped the zone here, unfortunately. It looks like they would have probably gotten the lead by now had they not dropped that. Of course, we do see Bad here building up their specials. They're holding on to 2 and now 3, so they're going to definitely be waiting on that armor before they go on. Popping those missiles first, already getting the pick on the machine, and the Nautilus going down, so Dark is going to be backing up here, being the last one up on Arctic Moon, and perhaps trying to build a ray out of what he's seeing here and getting out. But unfortunately, getting picked out before you can quite get out of that situation, unfortunately, which is going to hinder them from coming back just as strong as they would be able to, or as fast as they would want to.
And already we see Bad setting up over on that far right side. That's kind of where you want to lock the enemy team out, because where Shockwave is here, it's so easy to just drop in and feed. This Inkjet's going to give them a little bit of space to perhaps get a pick or 2, but if you back up from there, that Inkjet's not going to do anything. Shockwave finds themselves down an Inkjet and down a player as Bad continues this hold on the zone. And I was going to say this a little earlier, Arctic Moon is dropping super quickly on that drop there. It's so dangerous to do that, especially when you got like a charger such as a Bamboo on your team, who you just drop into the enemy ink and bam, you got one shot. And all this paint here waiting down there for them. Just Shockwave coming in with that armor is going to make it extremely difficult. Shockwave loses the armor. Honedge coming in trying to get the pick. They're unable to get it, and Arctic Moon's able to get some paints on the ground. 2 members go down. They find themselves up 2 squids, and they're finally able to get back in the zone, even if the fights were a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, we did see them go a couple down there, and in the end, Shockwave kind of being a bit of a distraction there allowed them to cap the zone and gave them another lifeline for this game. It did feel like it was very dangerous for him to do that, but in the end, I do think it allowed them to at least funnel in from one side, because had they all gone in from the same direction at that point in the game, then they could have at least probably stalled out the zone. So I think in that situation, it kind of worked out for them in the end. Spar, unfortunately, going down in the 2v1 there. Emmett dropping into the zones, unfortunately, which weren't quite yellow. So going down, unfortunately, to Dark. And they're going to be moving in very quickly here. This could be the lead for them. Only a few ticks left, and only 10 seconds left on the clock. They do need to cap the zone within 10 seconds to get this, but with only 1 person left, that's very, very possible.
Wow, Arctic Moon swinging it back. Just that 1 zone cap was all they needed. Both teams were kind of scrambling for the zone there, but Arctic Moon was able to solidify that last hold of theirs and kind of get Bad to do the trickling in, you know? They kind of they dropped into like mid with their specials, but Arctic Moon was kind of able to hold their ground very well. They kind of backed off and held their ground and let Bad, perhaps get a little bit too far in, get stuck in the paint, and get taken out. And it's just very nice play coming out for them.
So coming into tower control on Anchovy Games, I do think Arctic Moon has another kind of good upper hand in this situation. Having Shockwave there as an Inkjet, if he decides to go that specific one there, I think that's an amazing pick for this specific map mode. There is that whole wall area where you can get a good height advantage, and you can just sort of rain terror on the other team if you can get up into a good position there. Of course, with Emmett being there, there is some cause for concern if I was Shockwave trying to do that exact thing. But of course, again, I think it's equally terrifying for both players. So, I guess it's just sort of a situation of confidence, where you have this Inkjet and you're playing kind of risky with it, getting in the charger space. Kind of a game of chicken in that situation. But all in all, I'm looking forward to seeing Shockwave perform in this next game, because we did see a very impressive performance out of him in the previous game.
Yeah, I mean, again, a lot of kind of close combat in this game is, to take those situations, you gotta kind of believe in yourself. You have to have the guts to, get in there, get dirty, and I think, especially when it comes to pushing over. Oh.
I'll just take over for a second while Fusion fixes their mic. Sorry about that. So, getting into this first game here, starting off. Nope. So we are seeing Honedge go back to the vanilla dualies there with the burst bomb. Emmett, of course, running a charger there, and Kairu with that K-Pro. We've been seeing them play that a lot. Dark actually opting to go into the custom Hydra with the armor in this situation, which is kind of an interesting pick. I think it's going to be a great tool for the tower, and of course, turning up the armors, getting them very fast. They have an N-Zap as well, so you're going to be seeing an armor a lot out of them, which I don't think is very risky. There's not a lot of spots to fall off of this map, so I do think it is going to play into Twig's playstyle very well here, moving up very aggressively. Unfortunately, getting picked out by a few people on the side of bad. Of course, we are seeing N-Zaps on both sides. Vinyl moving in here onto the right, and watching out for the Nautilus and the Hydra, which seems to be a deadly combo, because I feel like if it were me and they were covered in armor, I wouldn't be able to tell who is who until it's too late as far as approaching them within the right range. 3 going down onto the side of Arctic Moon, which is going to open that up a lot for bad. They do need to take control of the mid area very quickly here. Of course, now they're panning up quite a bit. They do have a 10 missile ready, and they're probably going to hold on to a couple more specials. They do pop the armor and the missiles all at the same time. Shockwave coming in from behind here, though, going to probably get called out. And he is spotted out by the other members, coming out of that with a trade, but that is going to stop that push. Cairo being the only one left.
Yeah, I think we see Dark coming in on the right side, able to clean up that tower. Hydra coming in, of course, able to clear out a lot of ground, perhaps a little bit slow moving, but is able to hold their ground for sure. The slow composition perhaps might make it difficult for the rest of the members of Arctic Moon to get up onto the plat here, but that armor coming in just in time could make it pretty easy for them, as they have 2 Splatlings coming up onto that right side, able to mow anyone down, but Bad actually able to stabilize, get picks one at a time, and is finally able to clear out this tower over here, as Dark actually able to take one down with them as they go as well. Shockwave as well, actually. This perhaps actually, if Arctic Moon's able to get back in time, they could really, still maintain mid-control here, which is pretty impressive after a wipe.
Yeah, we're actually already seeing someone take over on this fan here. So they're definitely not going down or going back without some sort of fight. Of course, with Dark playing the Sea Hydra here, it is going to be very hard for Emmett to sort of compete with this level of pain. Of course, with them playing like 2 armors here, it might be hard for Emmett. He's probably going to be hearing a lot of dinks on his side, even when he gets a good shot. Dark going to be the last one up, unfortunately, so that's going to give Bad here an opportunity to get to this checkpoint, but they are going to be probably jumping in very quickly. It is their side of the map that they're defending here. Dark is amazingly staying alive with Honedge moving up in this corner here. Unfortunately, Kyra going down, as well as Emmett, so Honedge going back to try and clean up what he can. They are picking this team fight here against that N-Zap, and it is just another bloodbath. This is just a constant theme we're seeing in this set so far. But overall, right now, Arctic Moon holding this like overall power and control on this game.
Yeah, I mean, those two Splatlings just so hard to dislodge up there. We saw the armor pop defensively, and that was really able to let them hold their ground even after one of the members of Arctic Moon went down. And already, very quickly, another armor pops, the Booyah popped, an Ancient pop, 3 specials coming out, all pushing the rest of Bad back into the office. No picks yet, which is going to allow them to stay alive here, but Spara rushing him down, not able to do anything. We saw all of Bad back off just far enough out of range that they're able to slow the push down. And that's going to let them hold on to this second checkpoint here as they try and clean out the last member Shockwave, but I think they did not jump out, but they're going to get taken out here. And that was a risky play there, going for that one, the drop in on the right side, trying to get one trade here. That's pretty dangerous because it lets Arctic Moon keep a little bit more, it lets Bad keep a little bit more control on mid.
Yeah, unfortunately with Honedge going down here, any sort of counter push that they have is going to be slowed down a little bit, which will give Arctic Moon a bit of leeway in their street here. Of course, this is going to be the easiest spot for them to defend in a sense, because they do have that wall of advantage here, and no Inkjets, so actually, yeah, it's only Shockwave who had it in the first place. Just a whole lot going on right now. I can't even follow this anymore. Shockwave moving behind the tower on the right. They're not really pushing too much. It's 15 seconds, so they don't really want to play too risky in this situation here. They're just kind of holding this area and trying to punish anyone from Bad moving up in the mid. Of course, Swig holding there. He can get that trade right now. There's only a few seconds left. That's not really going to punish you when you have the lead. Trades are perfectly fine in that situation. Of course, that game going to Arctic Moon because they were just absolutely camping that tower in those last 20 seconds. There was just no chance.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw them just like trying to struggling to find a way in against the two Splatlings, the Hydra and the Nautilus. They were just kind of not sure exactly how to push in against them. And I mean, even though the scores don't quite reflect it, it felt like they were just having such a hard time getting anything started there.
So I do believe with that being a best of 3, that is going to be the set going to Arctic Moon, so they will be moving on in the knockout bracket. As for the other sets right now, I'd like to take a look at them. No scores seem to be reported. Oh no, I just looked at the one set that the scores hadn't been reported. So velveeta actually taking the 3-0 victory from License to Krill, and sondfur taking 3-0 over our team, Mr. Krabs. So of course the next round will be sondfur and Arctic Moon, and then the other will be velveeta versus whoever wins Sous Chef versus Midnight. So you'll be actually seeing that set with the other commentators. I think this is the end for me and Fusion here. When we come back, it will be Magic and Popgun commentating these, so I hope you look forward to that.
Yeah, we got a great commentator duo coming up to finish up Testing Grounds, so I hope you guys have enjoyed Siren 9, and I hope you have a good night.
Fusion, where can they find you on Twitter or Twitch?
Well, you can't find me, but my Twitter is 8bitfusion_. How about you, Siren?
Mine's up on the screen as well. It is at Siren_SPL. I like Fusion said, I hope you enjoyed us, and you do have a great set of commentators ending up the tournament. So, yeah. Good night, guys.
Have a good night.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Testing Grounds 5. Whenever you are listening to this, whether it be live or a VOD, we appreciate you taking the time out of your day to watch this set, unless we don't. I am Popgun, joined on the mic tonight by the Magic 8-Ball, as we have an all-Indiana takeover on the commentary for the first time ever on an IPL stream. Magic, how are you doing on this late Friday night?
I'm doing wonderful. If only I weren't not in Indiana, but that's besides the point. I'm great. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to watch some good Splatoon, hopefully. And I hope you're having a great night. I know I believe you are celebrating a birthday.
Well, yes, today is Mrs. Popgun's birthday, and I am celebrating it by not hanging out with my wife right now, but instead talking to you idiots. So that is any indication on how the rest of this night is going to go. No, she went to bed. She went to bed.
Okay.
Anyways, we are bringing you guys semifinals of this knockout bracket, where we are going to be giving you guys velveeta versus Sous Chef, I believe this team is called. Magic and I talked beforehand. We have no clue who these guys are, but we're going to get to know them over the course of this best of 5 set, starting out on Splat Zones at Albacore Hotel. I hope you're ready for some actual Splatoon action here as we go ahead and get started. Semifinals, velveeta versus Sous Chef, as we see the teams readying up. A bamboo coming out for Sous Chef and a bamboo coming out from DM on the side of velveeta.
I don't know how I feel about these comps so far. We're gonna have to see how teams work with them, but using Not and Pro and Bamboo all the same comp might be short on a little bit of paint, but obviously it's not short on aggression, as this Sous Chef roster is getting run down.
Yes, if you kill the other team more than they kill you, all of a sudden you have the better comp. And right now we see velveeta getting a sharp control of the map here, already pushing deep into the Sous Chef base as they try to cook them up here. 2 players do go down, but a nice splat bomb pick by Happy Sona. Junior there. And we see DM already pushing up with the bamboo onto the enemy side of the map. They are contesting the zone, but not enough to cap it here. And DM's in a really good position, a really aggravating position if you're velveeta.
Oh yeah, he's practically uncontested up there, and drawing away that bamboo fire is going to prevent them painting the zone too much, but it wasn't enough, as when he backed up to go get missiles, the other team decided, hey, this is our zone now. And now we see Sous Chef going right back down to where they started, as we see velveeta go right back to that aggressive playstyle we saw before, just taking out everyone in their sights. It doesn't even look like a contest at this point.
No. Yeah, the map has been purple for a good chunk of everything here. But there is still, it's still anybody's game at this point. It'd be a lot easier if the bamboo didn't go down there for Sous Chef, as we see the Booyah Bomb coming out here, and 3 players going down. The K-Pro, the last player left alive, they are summoning a Booyah Bomb. I don't know if it's going to be enough to stall zone. It won't. So the K-Pro immediately goes down, gets punished for sending that Booyah Bomb. The Nautilus legend, the legendary Nautilus, getting another pick themselves with the Inkjet coming out here. Magic, this could be it.
Oh, I think it's going to be. Sous Chef is not taking any good fights right now, and Legend is just popping off on this Inkjet to finish it out, just for good measure. Legend made some crazy plays right there, moving well with his team and using that Inkjet to great effect. I'm excited to see velveeta take this one for the boys back home.
The Sous Chef not able to cook up the velveeta cheese on that map and mode, as we now head over to game 2, which is going to be tower control. Wait for it. Schellendorf Institute. Ooh, that's going to be an interesting map. If we look at Hotel there and we saw the comps that come out, it used to be a requirement that you brought 2 ballpoints on that map.
Oh my gosh.
And now we're seeing no range at all. Bamboo being the longest range both teams brought out there. So it's kind of an interesting shift from where things have been over the years, at least on that map in particular.
Oh gosh, that burned into my memory is the landscape of 2 ball points on that map firing at you from every which direction. I'm almost glad I'm not back to those days. Almost glad. It's interesting to see the such high prevalence of mid-range weapons being used in all sorts of ways. I mean, even the bamboo isn't even used as a pseudo anchor. At least it wasn't for DM there. He was right up into Sous Chef's face, up on that far right area, right by the enemy base.
Yeah, and you saw the Nautilus as well, the
Right.
K-Pro. There's a lot of mid-range weapons, aggressive mid-range weapons that we saw in that last comp from coming out from both teams. But now we're going to a little bit of the slower mode, tower control, Schellendorf Institute. It seems like both teams are content with not using an anchor. I don't know them well enough to know if we're going to see a charger bust out here or if they're going to stick to the bamboos, but obviously a big key to this map is going to be who can control their glass and get control of the enemy team's glass, especially when you're making pushes there, as we see both teams ready up. We're heading into game 2. Sous Chef trying to bounce back from that quick KO from velveeta, as we see a K-Machine and a Firefin coming out here, and a Bamboo remaining on the side of velveeta.
I like the adjustments here from Sous Chef. They definitely want to play with something a little bit more aggressive, able to play around those corners, play around the long range in their slower play style. But I wasn't expecting to see anything different out of velveeta here. I know most of those players are just classic NA aggression, and they're not going to let up. But we do see a good amount of aggression here from Sous Chef, able to use that armor effectively, get a couple of picks, and now it's looking like Salta able to go into the enemy base, not going to stand a chance. Domo's right there, ready for the flank.
That would have been huge if they could find a way to get up on that glass. Instead, DM able to shut it down, but DM does go down themselves. So 2 players down now, as we see Sous Chef make that tweet. That is a wipe.
Wow.
So that is quite the response here. 2 checkpoints have fallen. It actually did that. Okay, I thought the junior DC, but here we go. 3 checkpoints have fallen. This is a massive push coming out here in the first minute, and it might be over. 2 players going down. Make that 3. The key shot, the last player alive. That Legend forces them to jump out, but good golly, Miss Molly, what an opening push there by Sous Chef.
That was fantastic movement. I mean, you saw them hit every checkpoint, like they hit the ground running. And they were constantly in rotation, able, even with that first attempted flank not going their way, it just showed that they were ready and they were moving to get to the right spots. And you could tell that this is a whole different Sous Chef from the first game that we saw.
Yes, just the switch to the anchor combo as we see a double trade go out there. Now, in this, if you're Sous Chef, you got to be feeling kind of comfortable. Not just the fact that you have a 3 checkpoint lead here, but you got this more defensive comp. As we see the Charger just getting way too comfortable on top of this glass here, and that's going to be a huge key for Sous Chef if they want to hold on to this lead. Keeping Sous 2.0 safe up top there so that they can just keep dominating like they have been. Look at them currently top fragging for Sous Chef.
I am impressed by this Charger's adeptness on this weapon, and it seems like he's just not missing his shots.
As we approach the halfway point here, it looks like velveeta's trying to get a little bit of a push going here. Now, there is a path to victory. Obviously, this game is not completely over, but it's going to have to come at 1 checkpoint at a time as they now approach this first checkpoint. Not the hardest one to get across, especially when your tender missiles are forcing Salta as far away from the objective as possible. You see Legend. We saw some really sexy inkjet play coming out of them in the last game as that first checkpoint does fall. And now they approach the second one. Going to be a little bit more difficult to get across, especially when we see Salta now in a good position, just waiting for the tower to come across them so that they can get a pick or 2 that of anybody that comes across their face.
Seems like Salta was in position to set up a really nice pinch play, but those missiles got them out of position. Great awareness and missile usage from the side of velveeta, and now it's going to the final stretch. Missiles coming out on the side of Sous Chef, but it's looking like DM is up on the enemy glass and really putting on a lot of pressure. There's nobody standing in front of them right now. We see that Charger finally step into position, able to get a very clean pick. Ink Armor coming out, trying to prevent that Charger from doing what he does best. An Inkjet coming out as well, but it's looking like it's the only one alive on the side of velveeta. And now Sous able to hold on to their lead and at least get a little bit of breathing room.
Yes, but 3 checkpoints fall. There's nothing standing in their way of getting the lead now. They can just hop on the tower and just ride it all the way out to the lead if they can find a way to do just that. They're going to need their players to respawn. You see Legend sharking around the right side. I don't think they know Legend is coming up to that carry. No, they don't. Legend gets a very nice pick. And look at all the purple that's on the map right now as they try to push up the tower. There's still a minute to go here, so they don't need to get lead on this push right here, but they're in a really good position to do some damage. As we see Bless, looks like this is back at their own base, but a very nice 1v1 win there by Bless, who has an Inkjet ready themselves. And the tower's coming now. They're at 10 remaining. One play. Oh, can DM stay on the tower just long enough? Gets the pick. That should do it. And there goes the lead and the KO all in one swoop. And there you go, Sous Chef. You got to be thinking back to, man, if we had just stayed on the tower a little bit longer, we wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be down 0-2 right now. But a nice bounce back by velveeta, getting the picks exactly when they needed to and getting the KO win right there. What a comeback.
I was thinking exactly what exactly what happened right before that Legend play. I was thinking, this is about to get really scrappy. This is about to depend on which team makes a better play. And as soon as that happened, I saw Legend go up onto that box, and that was exactly what they needed to have happen. I think both of these teams we've seen can snowball very well. I think velveeta a little bit more so with their tendency to make better plays like that. But if we see Sous on that Charger run that train again, I think it could go either way. This set is far from over, and these teams are evenly matched, as far as I'm concerned.
As we go now to Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track, you guys, now the question is, are you going to stick with that Charger, which, even though they did lose, worked out really well for them in that last game. But you got to think, was that just because it was tower control at Schellendorf? Are they going to switch to something like a bamboo for a little bit more movement on Clam Blitz? And, speaking of movement, we've seen Legend make these closing plays in the past 2 games, basically closing out the game by making huge plays back to back. Yeah. So, we're seeing some real clutch plays coming out of velveeta here. Which, if Sous Chef, it's going to be very aggravating, no matter if they get a lead here, no matter how big of a lead they get, until the game is over. They just got to think in the back of their mind, okay, we need to find Legend before we get snuck up on yet again.
Yeah, that's got to be running through their minds. A lot of very flank-esque plays have been made. I don't know if you would call that one at that Albacore game a flank necessarily, but using these side entries and collapsing in on Sous Chef, it has to be on their minds. They have to be thinking, we need to start spreading ourselves out. We can't get clumped up. We can't get multi-killed like this, or else it's just going to happen again. And we see Sous going back to the bamboo, and a very similar comp coming out from velveeta. I'm expecting to see a lot of Inkjet battles.
Well, it's going to be hard to Inkjet when your L3 immediately dies in the first 10 seconds. That's going to give Sous Chef here an opportunity to move up just a little bit, make that Legend going down. But, the L3 dying as soon as they kill Legend. But this is going to give map control to Sous Chef, so they're going to be able to create some room to move around in. And we got the Bubbles, the Mark III coming out here, pushing up through the elbow. They do have a lot of clams, throwing clams up ahead to make a power, which is going to pop the basket. I don't know if they're going to get a whole lot more out of this push, though. But it looks like they are jumping up to that elbow up top there, and a splashdown coming down, clearing the way for Sky to get some lot of clams in there as they get underneath 40 clams. And it looks like one player jumping out. That'll do it, but wow, 44 remaining in just the first minute match.
That was so fast. I mean, you saw Sous Chef get that quick pick onto, I believe it was Bless there, and then immediately they had the bubbles, they had the clams ready to go. Even though it looked like they didn't have any to begin with, they moved very quickly, and they were able to reposition and get that push to right above 40, which is really impressive. We see Bless going down yet again, not doing a ton of work on this L3, but able to get at least a little bit of distraction so that DM and Legend can get a couple of clams into this basket, trying to fend off the rest and keep this basket open. Unable to do so right now. A couple of clams going in, but it's looking like it's going to be tough with these bubbles. A jump coming in, but no. Sous able to keep them down and keep the lead as 2 go down.
This has been a very explosive first 2 minutes of this match here, and neither team should be feeling comfortable with the score they got. I feel like this one's going to come down to a KO at some point, because these pushes by both teams have been quick and massive at the same time. And here we go. We see one inkjet being popped this whole game. We're looking at Salta here, might pop one at some point here. Always we see Salta at the bottom of the screen. We see Sue at the top, popping off bubbles. Here comes the flank, and it doesn't look like, oh, one player does sniff it out, 2 players sniff it out, and they get the stop. And on top of it, they break the basket on the other side. What a defensive/offensive play by velveeta, and this might be it, Magic.
I'm so impressed by the ability to not only collapse onto that play and stop the enemy team from getting into their basket, but then turning it around immediately and understanding that, hey, my teammates got this, I'm going to go score, and then immediately getting a couple down. velveeta was just on top of Sous Chef there, showing a very commanding Game 3.
velveeta with an very impressive play there, and a very impressive win in this whole set. All 3 games coming by KO against Sous Chef, as they now move on to grand finals of this knockout bracket in Testing Grounds 5. A quick update on the other match. It looks as though they are just now in game 2. sondfur Splatoon?
Sondfur.
That's Sonder, isn't it?
Yes.
Just Sonder. Okay. All right. Sonder and Arctic Moon. Sonder currently up 1-0 over there. So it looks like that match will take a little bit of time to catch up to where we are right here. But if you're velveeta, you got to be feeling pretty good coming off of that set. And velveeta with a 3-0 earlier in quarterfinals. In fact, all the quarterfinal games were 3-0. So velveeta is going to be heading into grand finals without a single loss on the record in the knockout stage, except for the one loss they took in Swiss, and I believe that was to Sonder, 2-1. It was. So a potential rematch in grand finals against the only team to knock them out. For Sous, it is not over yet. They will be playing in the 3rd place match, taking on the loser of sondfur Splatoon and Arctic Moon. I believe we are going to be taking a break, unless you just want to shoot the poop, as they say, for like another 15 minutes or so.
We can't say words like that. I'm good with going.
I censored myself.
Hey, you never know.
Let's take a break and find out new and interesting ways to censor ourselves. You are watching Testing Ground 5 on IPL Splatoon. And welcome back to Testing Ground 5. If you were filling out a fantasy bracket for this and you were expecting sondfur Splatoon to be in this grand finals, well, do we have a surprise for you? Arctic Moon, the champion of Testing Grounds 3, had other plans in mind. They upset the number 1 seed, being the first team to beat them all day by a final score of 3-2, and have earned themselves in a spot in grand finals here to defend their title from the third Testing Grounds against the very hot, the very cheesy Velveeta. This is actually, I believe, no, this isn't a rematch from Swiss, but the only team to beat Arctic Moon up to this point was Sous Chef, who we just saw earlier get beat pretty handily by Velveeta, so it'll be interesting to see this matchup here. And I don't know if we're going to see an appearance by your mom, who is on the roster for Arctic Moon. Okay.
Yo, hey, don't mess with that guy. He's cracked. All right. Trust me. Game recognizes game.
So here we go. Both these teams have been on stream up to this point. Arctic Moon versus Velveeta. This is a best of 7 grand finals for the championship of Testing Ground 5. We're going to start off on tower control at Art Academy. No surprise appearances by your mom just yet. Instead, Shockwave coming out with Nautilus for Arctic Moon, and the same bamboo comp we have been seeing up to this point by Velveeta.
A double armor, double splatling comp coming out from the side of Arctic Moon. I know they've got some crazy sets, but I mean, if you got kills like that, like Twig is getting right up here in the base of Velveeta, it's gonna go pretty well for you. He able to get a return kill here. 2 going down. A good little step in the water for Arctic Moon, but needing to back up. And here comes Velveeta, the aggression that we always see out of them, racing to the enemy plat.
It's going to come down to how is Arctic Moon going to handle this first push, and 2 players going down. Shockwave trying to take out this Inkjet as well with the help of, I believe that is Spara over there. Going after the junior. They do take down the Inkjet, but Shockwave goes down to DM, who is holding down control of the plat pretty quickly. A lot of play.
Okay. Is he gone?
Yeah, it looked like it. We lost a little bit of a visual there, but we are back, and it looks like the lead is calling now to Velveeta as they are looking to clear this first checkpoint.
Great stuff. I mean, this is really scrappy play from both sides, and we're seeing a lot of very quick picks. Like we just saw a bunch of individual, very clean plays from the side of Arctic Moon. I mean, this set is going to be a battle. I mean, I can't really see a clear winner yet, but that Booyah Bomb is going to send Velveeta running. Twig out here with a great 52 spot setup, able to wall out Velveeta so far.
Oh, and they saw Legend popping out of mid, out of nowhere. They do sniff him out and do take Legend down. And the second checkpoint is going to fall as we see Twig push way up here. That is the second Booyah Bomb we've seen them fire. And this push alone as they approach the final checkpoint, Twig just waiting for somebody to drop down unsuspectingly to get a pick or 2. Legend trying to take down Shockwave is able to do just that. With 3 players left on the east side, Legend with a very clutch defensive play. The Hydra has to retreat there. I didn't even realize they were using the Hydra until just now. The Hydra does fall to a splat bomb. So the push will stop there, but damage done, Magic, as Arctic Moon clears 2.5 checkpoints in a single push.
Understandably so. You could look at this and say, you know, Inkblot Art Academy is a very hard map to snowball on, especially when you have to go through those 2 checkpoints, which are cornered on all sides by high leverage points, and especially when you're not able to get picks with your specials, it's not looking good for Velveeta. I don't count them out yet. They are a very snowbally, very aggressive team, but it just looks like they're being outclassed a little bit by Arctic Moon.
And keep in mind, the last time we saw Velveeta playing tower control, they had 2 points remaining on the enemy scoreboard and still found a way to come all the way back to KO. But it's going to be very difficult to do with 2 players down here. Dark in a very good position on this tower, can basically mow down anybody before they can get close enough to do any damage to the tower. This Inkjet by Shockwave just taking the fight away from tower there, as Arctic Moon very comfortably wins that game in 3 minutes and 30 seconds by KO, taking this first game of this best of 7 set against velveeta.
It was very surgical. I have to put it that way. I mean, it just seemed like there was no nonsense coming out of Arctic Moon there. There weren't a bunch of pop-offs. We didn't see any like crazy Inkjet plays. I mean, they had numbers. They went in. They used some specials. Got a couple of picks here and there, and then the Hydra sat on tower and mowed down the aggressive playstyle of velveeta. I think the Hydra was actually a really smart play. I don't think they were planning on having velveeta just run directly into the line of fire of that Hydra every single time, but the play worked out for him, and I think that if we're going to see an anchor as competent as Dark on something like a Hydra, they're going to have to find some way to get around it other than just running face first into it.
Yeah, as a Hydra main myself, this is probably the highest level of play I've actually seen someone actually bust out a Hydra. But yeah, against if you know what you're doing with that thing, if you know how to take advantage of killing people with like a quarter charge or half a charge, then all these non-anchor comps, especially this one velveeta is throwing at you, you can still defend yourself. You're not a total sitting duck with Hydra. But then again, there's a reason I'm sitting here commentating these guys instead of actually playing in Grand Finals.
Right,
so
yeah,
what do I know? What do I know? But I the Hydra again here for Rainmaker. I think we'll see something more of Stingray Dark being very versatile in the weapons they can pull out here. But for velveeta, we didn't see them play Rainmaker in the last sets, so I'm not really sure what to expect out of them. But they're going to have to do, either way, they're going to have to deal with the aggression that Arctic Moon was throwing out at them the last game, which Arctic Moon's movement was just a little too much for velveeta to keep up with, at least on that game.
If I know Legend specifically, I know that this is probably going to be a tough match for Arctic Moon to take.
Sploosh 7, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. I'm looking at Legend. I've seen what he can do with this close quarters Rainmaker maps. I'm expecting to see him make some clutch plays like we've seen him do in the past.
And we do see Dark coming out with the C-Jets Stingray spam. Interesting, the Mark II Bamboo with Toxic Mist and Burst Bomb. I guess that Toxic Mist coming out for Rainmaker makes a lot of sense. Can slow down pushes, and the Burst Bomb rush can do a lot to pop the Rainmaker shield as well. But 2 players immediately going down. That's going to force DM to back up and retreat. They do have Burst Bomb ready to go, but Arctic Moon's trying to get into position to get a huge push going off here. Dark picking up the Rainmaker, just waiting for players to get in front. It looks like a flank is coming out. That Inkjet getting several huge picks there. Squara pushing all the way up. Can Legend do something about this push? Legend does go down. Make that 2 players going down, but the Bamboo getting a hero play and saving the KO, but Shockwave still trying to make something happen here before eventually backing off question mark. No, just giving room for teammates to jump in. velveeta needs to grab that Rainmaker and drop it off, and it looks like they do just that, but a huge score there for Arctic Moon in the first game.
That was a great standoff from velveeta there. It could have gone so much worse if they had not inkjetted at that time. If Bless was able to dance around those shots for just long enough for Dover to respawn. A solid defensive play, and while we aren't able to see the full extent of it, I'm expecting to see a lot of rays coming out from Dark here as he's able to shut down a push practically on his own.
And here we go, yet another push by Arctic Moon, this time taking it to the left side. Look how fast they're getting that Rainmaker up there. Inkjet getting popped, but it looks like somebody slipped up right behind. Who else but Legend, that slippery devil. And that will be enough to stall this push? Question mark. Actually, only 2 players are left alive, and there's full squad of Arctic Moon players ready on the other side of that Rainmaker there. You see Bless hopping down there, popping Inkjet, trying to clear out this area a little bit. They do opt to pick up the Rainmaker instead of waiting for it to reset, and 3 players go down. Sparta has to retreat. There is an opportunity for a push here for velveeta.
A little small opportunity, and they're already in the enemy plat. This could be huge. Getting up to that position is really important. Now it's looking like they're trying to rely on the Stingray, but there's 2 going down on the side of Arctic Moon. There's 2 down on either side. Popping. Can they run it just enough? Oh, unable to get to the lead. Very clutch shots by Shockwave to get it just at the right time. Now Arctic Moon can try and see to swing it back. That was very, very close from Arctic Moon, but they were able to...
Here they go. They're taking it right back to him. This toxic missile, like we talked about with the Mark II, but Legend going down. It didn't really matter if they got lead right there, because this looks like a KO opportunity unless the T-Tech can make a hero play, and they cannot. What a response there by Arctic Moon, and what a back and forth game of Rainmaker that was. You know, if Legend... If it wasn't for that little ink rail thing there that Legend ran into, they would have got lead just right there. But it ultimately didn't matter, because Arctic Moon is not trying to be comfortable. They're not saying, okay, we got this huge lead. No, they're trying to get this KO, and they went out and got it. And that puts them up 2-0 in this best of 5. velveeta in a hole early here in this grand finals.
That was some very interesting Rainmaker play. You know, I know on Rainmaker Humpback, a lot of times teams will just stop right at that choke point that we see most teams run into. You know, at that far left side of the map, going towards the wide open area leading up to the pedestal. They stop there, but these teams, they were gunning for that area, and they were able to get control of it and play around it very well on both sides. But Arctic Moon, they stood their ground, and with their, I think it was just better play. You know, they hit their shots when they needed to. They were able to use their specials in conjunction with each other pretty well. And when it came to it, they killed the enemy team more. And if that's what's going to win you games, that's what's going to win you games. And I expect to see the same here from this Clan Blitz Reef game.
Yeah, it seemed like they had Inkjet exactly the right time whenever they needed it. Yeah. Arctic Moon popping it off in their plat there. And Clan Blitz, a mode where specials are very important as far as starting and stopping pushes. We're going to see a little how things work out here. Legend now opting to go with the hammer sploosh here. We're going to see a lot of really good hammer plays coming out of Legend, I can already tell. But the Hydra coming back out once again for Arctic Moon. On this Clan Blitz Reef map. So it's going to come down to who can get control of the bridge, and it's going to look like Arctic Moon has the opportunity to do just that as the bamboo immediately goes down.
I don't know if I agree with this Hydra pick. I mean, on something like Clan Blitz, I guess I could see it for rotations, but I mean, it's just not enough pressure and enough times on this map because it's so sectioned off with those little walls. Spara trying to run in here to get a Clan, and he just has zero help from his team, who is all dead. This is going to be a very, very good map for velveeta.
Yes, this is, they played extremely well last time we saw them playing Clan Blitz, and they already got a basket pop right here. DM taking down Shockwave, and with 2 players going down and 6 clams still alive, are they able to keep this basket open just a little bit longer? It doesn't look like it, but still, 49 points scored on that first push there. And did it without losing too much ground as we see Arctic Moon getting control of bridge here and trying to get a push going themselves. They do have Inkjet to work with, trying to build up Booyah Bomb as we see again popped here. Armor coming out as well. And the T-Tech going down to the side of velveeta. So there's a little room here for Arctic Moon, but Twig going down there as well as the Hydra, as well as someone else. Shockwave being the last player left alive, going down. So that is a delayed wipe. Even though the basket did get open, they redeem literally nothing in that push.
Interesting push, because you saw Twig get control of right underneath the basket and then just turn around, go right to bridge, and just abandon the basket and ended up getting killed for it. It seemed like they were just a bit unsure of what they needed to do in that situation, and now we're going to see velveeta know exactly what they need to do in this situation, unable to do so, getting the picks. We saw the hammer come out, but he's wasn't able to do anything. But Legend gets the crazy double and is
Are you
able to
kidding me?
save the clams. What?
That's the kind of play we've come to expect from Legend, especially with that hammer there. But a lot of clams being soaked up here by velveeta as they do get the picks that they need. It is 3-3 players left alive here. Make that 3 players going down from the side. That is a delayed wipe, actually. This game is changing so quickly, and now all of a sudden velveeta is completely on their heels, and they will potentially lose lead here. Actually, Shockwave, the Inkjet player, is the only one with clams. Can Twig find a way to sneak in there? Possibly. No, that will end this push, but all they got to do is pop the basket and the game will immediately be tied at 51, and we still got 2 minutes left to go, but the control of the map is completely in the side of velveeta, and look at all the clams they have right now, man.
This is a game of playmakers. I mean, especially with players like Legend, players like Dark, who are able to just come from nowhere and find the picks that they need at exactly the right time. It's going to come down to who makes the better plays, and right now we're seeing both sides have these scrappy fights where you see them both trying to do just that. You see them trying to get these important picks, using their stealth, using their abilities, using their ink armor, and their movement to try and find a couple of clutch picks, but it just keeps going back and forth.
And they don't seem to have much of an answer for Legend right now, who is just literally swimming up to everybody that Legend can find and shooting them directly in the face, getting so many key kills. But 3 players go down as they do pop the basket. Legend's trying to cheese away to pick up that clam that's all the way up top there. Not going to do it, so they won't get rid of their penalty points. And in fact, that push might come back to haunt them as they give a mercy clam to the side of Arctic Moon. Again, all they have to do, and here comes the jump. This pop will tie the score. They just got to throw one. Oh, but they actually missed. Magic, you see that one?
I can't believe that they missed.
Oh, this is such a hard... Honestly, this is a tricky map to score on, and that cost Arctic Moon the lead right there. Would have been a comfortable lead, and that gives them map control. As we see another jump coming in here now from velveeta. Will they find a way to pop it? They will. The Legend, the last player with clams, and he's stuck in mid, so no more points are going to be coming out of this. So they do add a little bit to their lead, but it's not going to be enough. If Arctic Moon pops the basket, that alone is going to give the lead to them, as we see Legend sharking around with that hammer on the ready, trying to pop it up. It looks like they're going to attack that Inkjet there, or the Hydra, but we see Shockwave sneaking up, trying to sneak up through the car. No, it's instead going to go through there. It's going to throw it up, and that's going to be enough to take lead. One more clam comes in, that's going to add to the lead, and one more power clam. Make that 3 power clams go in there, and Arctic Moon waited to the last second to get the lead, their first lead of the game, and it gives them a huge 3-0 advantage in this best of 7. And now velveeta, with their backs against the wall, has to find an answer somewhere as we head into Game 4. What a comeback by Arctic Moon.
I mean, they were doing everything that they could, but it seemed like every push that they had was shut down very quickly. Very, very quickly. I think it was that the splash wall coming out from Twig was doing so much work against those jump-ins for whatever reason. And especially with those couple of clams that had just barely missed, and the plays that had just looked they were going to go the right way, and then a couple of quick picks came out when they were sitting on the bridge there. It seemed like Arctic Moon was just barely one step ahead of where velveeta needed to be. It's so close.
We saw so many key picks coming out from velveeta, but they just couldn't capitalize anything off of that. As we have a weird DC in the lobby, but wrong map. Yes, we're going to be switching to splat zones on Sturgeon Shipyard. And here we go, velveeta. If you're Arctic Moon and you've already busted out Hydra twice, this is a really good map to use Hydra on. You can just kind of camp out on the grates and just mow people down before they even get close to you, especially when we haven't really seen a lot of range come out of velveeta up to this point. So it's going to be interesting if they're going to make some kind of adjustment to kind of counter this Hydra, because I don't know. You have to make some sort of an adjustment up to this
exactly.
point. I don't know what it is, but you have to change something heading into this Game 4.
it seems like they just have nothing to deal with this Hydra. Like they aren't pulling out armor, they aren't pulling out things like missiles. I mean, I know that DM has been playing a lot of Bamboo, which has the missiles, and it was able to get them fairly frequently, but it seems like they're not using them to displace the Hydra properly. The Hydra is able to get a lot of key plays and prevent them from getting to the areas that they need.
Well, like you said, on that last map, that's not exactly the best Hydra favored map in mode. I mean, obviously they got the win anyways, but yeah, on this map, if they bring out Hydra again, it's gonna be a bit of an issue for.
Right. You know, especially if they're
that
not
Hydra
bombing
from
it out.
Dark is uncomfortable.
Right.
So anyways, the room has been remade with the proper map in mode this time around. And yes, this is if Arctic Moon wins this one, we're done here, as we have just crossed over into midnight here on the East Coast. A good Saturday morning to those of you who are still with us, staying up late on a Friday night. No, it is not a school night, so you are more than welcome to stay here. But for Velveeta, they want to extend this one a little bit longer. They would like to see this set go deep into 1 a.m. Eastern Time. As we just wait on one more player for Arctic Moon to ready up, and we will get this game started.
Just say I want to appreciate 120 of you out there hanging with us this late into the night, showing some love to these great Splatoon teams and this great staff that's been putting on this tournament and this stream. Shoutouts to everyone involved, including Raze, Inky here, running the stream, Sneck, and everyone behind the curtains putting on the work to put on this great Grand Final set in Game 4 of Testing Grounds 5 here on Sturgeon Splat Zones.
And we see a Hydra coming out, except it's a heavy remix version of the Hydra. So what do I know about predicting comps? But Twig sticking to the 52 gal, looking to get control of the zone early here, sharking on the edge.
Able to get a couple of
Okay, you see what's going on. Yeah, okay, so there's a wipe on the side of Velveeta. My stream froze, but I'll let you take over real quick.
Yeah, of course. So we saw a couple of really clean picks from Twig right there, able to really capitalize on a couple of missed positionings from Velveeta. You know, they decided to posture a little bit aggressively, but it really did butt them in the butt. We see Dark with a couple of great shots, canceling that splashdown. Now, 50 ticks left on the timer. It's looking like Velveeta's trying to come in with that armor, able to get a little bit of ground. And here comes the fight. Real Bomb able to stop the bomb rush from really being effective. Another one, I think, coming out on the side of Arctic Moon. But Velveeta able to take out the players needed and get this zone.
And yes, and get a bit of a wipe there too, so that'll give them an opportunity to push up a little bit. We see Legend kind of flirting with the idea of sneaking into the court area. Taking down the 52 gal in the process is one of the members of Velveeta. We see Happy getting a nice pick on Dark using the heavy remix. So here we go. They're very close to taking the lead. They haven't lost anybody yet. Armor's coming out. Bomb Rush is at the ready as well. And it looks like they're going to pop it here. One player does go down, but it should be enough to take lead, and it is, even though two players go down. Splashdown is ready, but the double booyah bomb. And that's not alone. That alone is not enough to cap the
Wait,
zone.
they didn't cap?
No, it didn't. In fact, the zone is going to stay on the side of Velveeta, and they're looking to get the KO right here. 10 points remaining as we see Bless getting a huge double, and that's going to... Arctic Moon isn't even going to get close to sniffing the zone. What a response by Velveeta right there. And it was looking really dark early on. It looked like they had no hope of coming back, but they got all the picks they needed. They survived the double booyah bomb and get the quick KO. What a response by Velveeta.
I mean, I guess it's the morning because Velveeta literally just woke up and had some fantastic plays. You know what I think it was? This is the first match we saw a DM off of the Bamboo. And while I really like Bamboo, I think that it's like a great theory weapon. Like, oh, you know, you need Bamboo. It paints a lot. It's got that one shot. You know what I mean? Like, no. they need to go full aggression at this point. DM on that sloshing machine, getting that splashdown earlier on when they were trying to take back the zone originally, that was huge for them getting those plays that they needed. And as well, they were able to team up with their team a lot better, making those flashy plays like you saw Happy taking out Dark there, was able to do it with his teammate. And I really think that DM on something aggressive like the sloshing machine is exactly what they need.
And now the question becomes, was the sloshing machine the adjustment they were going to make, or was that just the one thing they were doing for Splat Zone Shipyard in particular? Are they going to go back to Bamboo now that we are on tower control at main stage? As both teams are ready up really quickly, we're going to go ahead and get into game 5 here. But velveeta, they got the win they needed. Now they got to keep this momentum going here. Can they kind of take that win and expand off of it? And it looks like no, DM is going to stick with the K machine, even though it is a different map and mode. And we're seeing the Hydra coming back out again. Interesting they would use Hydra, considering they just used the heavy remix, and this is a really good remix map. But obviously Dark's going to be feeling like Hydra's worked out so far in this set. Let's try it once again.
Yeah, something double armor. I really like how quickly these teams got ready, because I think that both of these teams are really feeling like they're about to get into a great set here. And 3 going down, Legend with a great inkjet again! And this is the play that we need to see from velveeta. He's probably going to get camped there at the edge. No, he's able to pick up the pick with Bliss and Bless, and take out Shockwave from camping that jump. We see velveeta way inside the enemy base, but Twig having something to say about this. Armor coming out from the side of velveeta and 2 going down on either side. They are keeping this push going.
Yes, and it's very impressive that this push is still going, as we see Legend trying to get a pick on the Nautilus there, does get taken down by Shockwave, who is looking to re-establish control of their snipe. But this first checkpoint will fall, so the prize that velveeta was looking for, they did get, and actually they might be getting the picks necessary to go after this second push here. As we see Dark in control on their snipe, that will chase everybody off and give mid-control to Arctic Moon here, as they look to get their first push going as well. But that's going to be very difficult to do, considering Shockwave just went down, the K-Gal just went down, Dark in an awkward spot, still getting a pick on Happy before going down, covered in that orangey yellow velveeta cheese color that Legend is putting down there.
You know what I really like here? I like how much velveeta's moving together right now. This is exactly what we saw with their match against Sous Chef. They were moving together. They were getting picks together. They were playing with this aggressive 2v1 constantly play style. And Legend with another great inkjet shot is able to use the Toxic Mist there to get a almost guaranteed shot, and able to use that inkjet very effectively to keep this push going. 2 going down on the side of Arctic Moon. They're chasing out even more players. Shockwave stuck in the middle there, and this tower is going to keep going on without them getting the pick, cleaning it up, and now getting through the final second to last checkpoint. This is looking great for velveeta.
Yeah, Dark getting a nice pick there. Make that a double. However, it just took too long to rev up that Hydra there to clear off the towers. The checkpoint will fall, and that second checkpoint's in a very difficult one to get across. And velveeta with just about half of the clock gone now, and Arctic Moon with no checkpoints cleared on their own. In fact, they haven't even gotten 5 points, but we see Spara pushing way up here. This is going to be a critical play. If Arctic Moon wants to get anything out of this push, Spara is kind of drawing attention away, and Shockwave cleaning up with the inkjet, shooting someone in the back of the head, getting a nice pick there. But they still, honestly, Magic, they're still having a lot of difficulty getting staying on tower, as we see Dark needing to hop off and retreat a little bit, so they don't even get to that first checkpoint with that great play they pulled off there.
Shockwave had the right idea, but I think it was just a little bit too far out in front of the team. You know, I think the team needed him to be pushing with them, pushing with the tower, and he was off on the left side there. Unfortunate timing, I think, and he had the right ideas, but I think he got a little bit of holding forward right there, and now he's getting stuck out again. Shockwave, what are you doing, bro?
Well, they do have control of the enemy snipe, and there are no checkpoints to slow them down on their way to the third one. Dark, though, sniffing out that player, but Dark going down as well. That is huge. Dark is currently top fragging for their team, so without them there to kind of help create space here, But we do see Arctic Moon moving up and Dark jumping back in. So there is an opportunity here for Arctic Moon with less than a minute to go to make some moves to try to just clear this first checkpoint. That is their only goal right now. Can they get past this first checkpoint? And it looks like, Magic, did you see once again Shockwave pushing up there? It looks like they're trying to defend like they've already cleared this first checkpoint.
Yeah,
and they're trying to clear the second checkpoint already.
They've only got 30 seconds left. They can't be making mistakes like this, but Twig, I guess, can clean up for him in case that they do. DM's the only person staying alive left on velveeta, and now it's looking like Arctic Moon's trying to clinch this set with 20 seconds left and 20 ticks on this path remaining for the tower. There's only 2 players up for velveeta. One going down the side of Arctic Moon. This could be the pick that they need to open it up, and it's looking like Arctic Moon's about to get the lead, and they do! Happy's unable to stop this tower. 10 seconds left, and this push is looking like it's going to end this game, end this set. Nothing's able to stop Arctic Moon with the Ice Inkjet armor combo to finish off TG5 Grand Finals.
In the game, in the set, and in the entire tournament, Arctic Moon, once again, the champions of Testing Ground 3, claiming Testing Ground 5 as another tournament underneath their belt. You know, last thing to say about velveeta there is you see the DM switching off of the bamboo with the K machine. That really worked out well for them. You see them top fragging there, so the adjustment almost worked out at the end there, but ultimately at the end, Arctic Moon just got the one push they needed. Arctic Moon just played better than velveeta for 30 seconds that entire game. And that's all they needed.
Very snowbally. They were very, very snowbally.
So there we go. Another testing ground goes into the favor of Arctic Moon as we just now cross over into 12:30 at night. For velveeta, I believe that was a pickup, question mark. But for them, you know, not a bad result. I believe they finished going 7-2 overall in this tournament. Their only losses being to Arctic Moon and sondfur, aka Sonder. Arctic Moon, though, a very impressive tournament. Where do we put Arctic Moon now? I mean, they've made so many deep runs in a lot of these IPL tournaments. They've been doing a lot. They've been making a lot of noise for themselves. And it's amazing considering they were an SAC team at the beginning of this season. To see their growth from January to where we are now in November, it's just mind-boggling how much better they've improved over the course of this year.
And this wasn't even it was a tourney with not that many entrants. I mean, like, they beat Sonder. They beat Bad handedly. And License to Krill was in this tournament as well. They couldn't even get a run going against velveeta. This is a pretty good tournament showing for Arctic Moon, all things considered, and I know I put them low in the past, but they have exceeded my expectations, and I'm definitely going to be looking at them in the future when I do my rankings. Yeah,
this is probably the most stacked testing ground tournament that we've had up to this point. If you just look at the teams that signed up for it, and once again, Arctic Moon finding a way to win here, knocking off Sonder, the team that we saw in SOS on Wednesday, knock off FT Win in winners finals before losing to them in grands at the event. But still, I mean, we're seeing a lot of teams starting to step up and kind of fill this void that we're seeing the top teams leave for them as they start to go off to college or disband or whatever. A lot of teams starting to step up here, including Arctic Moon. So shouts to them. So let's start wrapping this up here. Magic, where can people find you?
So right now on screen is my Twitter account at magic_octo. People also can find me on Twitch at magic8_ball. I did stream my playing in this tournament before I got convincingly knocked out in the Swiss stage. But if you care enough about me as a person, which I hope you do, go ahead and follow me. Popgun, where can we find you?
I am at Mr_Popgun. Hey, I host a weekly podcast series focusing on the lower level of the competitive Splatoon community. Mondays at 12 o'clock, I call it the Popcast. Feel free to drop by on Twitch at PopGun25 and give that a look out. And also, don't forget, because I know a lot of you have, sign up for Low Ink now instead of waiting till the last minute so that TOs can verify you guys. I saw some lower level teams in the chat here. Gay Sickle, I'm looking at you. iTap has not signed up yet. Hurry up and do that, please, and thank you. And with that, from all of us here at IPL, our producer Inkfair, our hosts Raze and Sneck, Yucky Ducky Kids working behind the scenes as well, we thank you all for watching and enjoy the rest of your weekend. We are Popgun and Magic 8 Ball signing off.